I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate.
Court, all rise, jury entering.
Hey. All persons have anything to do for this honorable justice. I am affected in. Justice of the Superior Court, within, for the Commonwealth, to all near. Give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This honorable court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Good morning, you may.
Good morning, everyone. Before the court is the continuation in the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present and is represented by attorneys Joshua Wood and Maura Barry. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Jeremy Kuzman, Shannon Buckingham, and Jason Haran. Your Honor, may I swear in the venari, the jury?
May.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hands. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On indictment number 2183CR00153, on offense number 001, on the offense of murder, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, on their oath, present that Christine Ricci, of Marshfield in the County of Plymouth, on or about January 28th of 2021, at Marshfield in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Michael Ricci with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Michael Ricci. On indictment number 2183CR00153, offense number 002, on the offense of assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, the jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, on their oath, present that Christine Ricci, of Marshfield in the County of Plymouth, on or about January 28th of 2021, at Marshfield in the County of Plymouth, did assault and beat Michael Ricci by means of a dangerous weapon, to wit, a knife. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country, which country you are. You are sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you will say so. If she is not guilty, you will say so, and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Jurors, I will begin every day with you asking you if you've been able to comply with my 3 orders. You'll recall at the end of when each of you were individually selected, I gave you those 3 orders orally, and then I also gave you a written piece of paper in the event that you needed something to refer back to. So we'll close every day of this trial with me reminding you of those rules, and we'll begin every day of the trial with me asking if you were able to comply with those rules. So I'll ask you 3 questions, and I need you to answer yes or no. You need to answer yes or no verbally 1 time, and then keep nodding your head yes or no, and I will scan my eyes from the back left corner, juror number 1, across the back row to the right, front left corner, across to the right, juror number 60. All right? It's not that complicated. We'll get the hang of it right away. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
And do you all still have open minds?
Yes.
With those three affirmations, everyone answering in the affirmative to all three questions, we are ready to begin today's work. Jurors, as you know, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet together in private to consider the evidence you've heard, apply those legal rules, and work together to reach a verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm going to give you some preliminary initial instructions. I will explain the indictments that the clerk just read aloud and describe what's going to happen during the trial. I will discuss some of the legal rules that you must apply in this case, and I will explain some important things that you must do and other things that you must not do during the trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the two indictments in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. In less formal terms, an indictment in this case charges the defendant, Christine Ricci, with committing murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. The indictments in this case are not evidence, and the fact that the defendant is facing these charges does not mean she is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charges. At the end of the trial, you will decide whether the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the charges of murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense counsel will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will be. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if she chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence in this case, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest to you what conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you hear and see during the trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Now, there are 16 of you in the box, and the law allows only 12 jurors to deliberate at the end of a trial and to decide the case. We chose 16 of you to serve on this jury just in case one or more of you gets sick or has some other unexpected emergency. If all 16 of you are with us at the end of the trial, and I certainly hope that you are, we will choose 4 of you to be alternate jurors. We do this by a random lottery. Each of you has an equal chance of being a deliberating juror, so all of you need to pay attention to the evidence in the case. Let me talk about the different roles of the various people that are present in the courtroom. And I'll start with my role as the judge. My job as the judge is to make sure that the case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you hear and see only evidence that is allowed under our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that you see and hear evidence at this trial that is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says the word objection, that means that that lawyer thinks that a particular answer or a particular exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I am not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question or the party may offer the exhibit and show it to you. And you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer their question and the party may not show you the exhibit. Because under our rules of evidence, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about it or try to guess what the evidence might have been. There may be times that I tell you to disregard, or I say, I'm going to strike that from the record. Something that you've already seen and already heard. If that happens, that means that the testimony or the exhibit I tell you to disregard or that I strike from the evidence is not evidence, and you may not consider it. As the judge in this case, throughout the trial and certainly at the end of the trial, I will be instructing you on various points of the law. At the end of the trial, as I said, I give you detailed legal instructions, and those legal instructions are given to you orally, but I also give you a written version of it to take back into the room to deliberate with. Let me now talk about the role of counsel. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just discussed a moment ago, offered by the other side. Please do not hold it against the lawyers. If they make an objection or if they ask to see me at the side of the bench, the lawyers need to do that to tell me that there's a legal issue or a potential issue about what you may hear, see, or consider. Let me next talk about the most important role in the room, and that's your role as jurors. You have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence, you will decide who and what to believe, and whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt, based on the legal principles I will explain to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear during this trial, and not on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on speculation, guesswork, or suspicion. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recall it, and any documents or other things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during the trial are not evidence. For example, the attorney's opening statements and their closing arguments are not evidence. And the questions the attorneys ask are not evidence either. The witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it's up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that the witness knows is false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate, or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony was not accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about what you should believe or who you should believe or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything I say or anything I do during the trial to suggest to you what to believe or how to decide this case. I want to talk next about fairness. We chose each of you to be jurors in this case because we believe that you will be fair, that you will decide this case with an open mind and not favor one side or the other when you evaluate the evidence and decide the case. As you work together to reach a verdict, you must be completely fair to both sides. Do not let sympathy, prejudice, or personal likes or dislikes influence you in any way. You must consider the evidence calmly, carefully. As you listen to the evidence and then decide this case, remember that everyone in this case is entitled to your fair consideration and to a verdict based on the evidence and not on any assumptions or any kind of biases. Because we are human, each of us has our own built-in expectations and assumptions based on our personal experiences and backgrounds. As a result, we're often a bit more comfortable with people who seem to be like ourselves and may be more willing to trust what they say and treat it as more important. But as jurors, you need to put aside your natural expectations and assumptions and approach this case with a truly open mind. Let me next move to the legal principles. There are certain legal rules that you must follow in this case, and I'll discuss them in great detail at the end of the trial. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning of this trial. First, the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Ricci is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means that you must consider the defendant to be innocent now and must still consider her to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at the trial that the defendant committed the crimes charged. I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you have heard and seen all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you're going to discuss the evidence and decide the case. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find the defendant guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against her. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all of the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That's not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me next move to the elements of the two charges. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove each of its charges beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The elements of the offense are those component parts that make up the criminal offense. The first charge in this case is murder in the first degree. The Commonwealth is proceeding on two different theories of first-degree murder: deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Michael Richie Sr. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Michael Richie Sr. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Michael Richie Sr.'s death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, she decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or in the proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. I give you those highlights, the 5 component parts, but I can assure you that each of those component parts has detailed further instructions, but it's too overwhelming at this point. So I just give you the idea, and what I want you to familiarize yourself with is the concept that each of the charges has component parts, and each of those component parts needs to be proved by the Commonwealth to that standard, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The second theory of the prosecution's case on the charge of murder falls under the theory of extreme atrocity and cruelty. Under this theory of first-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove 5 things beyond, or 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of them overlap with the first. First, that the defendant caused the death of Michael Richie Sr. Second, that the defendant either A, intended to kill Michael Richie Sr., or B, intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Michael Richie Sr., or C, intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Third element requires that the Commonwealth prove that the killing was committed with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or in the proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. If there's some overlap. And again, each of those instructions has detailed further instructions that you'll get at the end of the case. The second indictment charges assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. And in order for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant guilty of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, the Commonwealth must prove 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched Michael Ricci Sr. Second, that the defendant did so by means of a dangerous weapon, here a knife. Third, that the defendant intended to touch Mr. Ricci, Michael Ricci Sr. And fourth, that the touching was not justified. Let me move on now to a few logistics of the trial itself, and let me first address note-taking by jurors. At the end of the trial, when you meet privately to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits that are admitted as evidence in the case with you. We cannot provide you with a transcript of the witness's testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memory of what each witness tells you. You may take notes during the trial if you wish. Our court officers will give you a notepad and a pen or a pencil. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while they are listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and remember what the witness said. Some of you may not want to take any notes. That's equally fine. Whether you take notes or you do not is entirely up to you. But whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to what's happening in the witness box, what each witness says, and how they say it. In your decision-making, you will decide who and what to believe, and you need to watch and listen carefully to what's going on in this witness box so that you can make those decisions. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that may help you decide whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it's your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it's more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and pens at the end of each trial day and keep them safe and secure until they're returned to you the next morning. When the trial is over, the court officers will destroy any notes that you did take. Let me next talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble hearing or seeing anything during the trial, please raise your hand and let a court officer know, and we'll make the necessary adjustments. It doesn't often happen in this courtroom because the jury, it's a new courtroom, and the jury box is readily accessible and viewable from your spot. But if it happens, let us know. As you know, we generally take a morning break at 11 o'clock and lunch from 1 to 2. Because we got a delayed start this morning, I'm going to adjust that morning break. We will have a morning break. It'll be brief, and it'll come closer to the lunch hour than it will on a typical day. If you need a break at any other point, you just let me know by raising your hand, and court officer inform the court officer. If you need to communicate with me during the trial, please let a court officer know or give a court officer a note to bring to me. I want to go through those cautions again. By the end of this trial, you'll be able to recite them along with me. They're important, very important. These are the things that you need to do and that you may not do during the trial. Keep an open mind throughout this trial. You must not decide this case until you've heard and seen all of the evidence and listen to my final instructions at the end of the trial. Do not discuss the evidence or this case with other jurors until you start your formal deliberations at the end of the trial. This is because it's hard to keep an open mind if you start talking about evidence and testimony in the middle of the trial, so none of that. Do not talk or communicate with anyone else about this case until after you've reached and delivered a verdict, and I tell you that you've completed your jury service. This is because, as I told each of you when you were selected, you must decide this case based only on a fair consideration of the evidence in the law and must not consider any outside information or opinions. When I say that you can't communicate about the case until you've reached a verdict, that means you can't do so in any way, including through your cell phone or other tablet device, computer. So until you reach a verdict, you may not text, chat, email, tweet, blog, or post anything about this case using social media or electronic media or anything else. You have to wait until the trial is over and you've reached a verdict before you say anything about this case to anyone else. You may not talk to the lawyers, the parties, or witnesses during the trial. If the attorneys or other trial participants see you and they affirmatively turn away, they're not being rude. They are simply following my rule, my order, that they not speak to you during the trial. During this trial, please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about this case that may appear in any news media, social media, or any other source. If there is any press coverage or other coverage about this case, you must ignore it. Do not do any research or investigation about this case, online or in any other way, or have anyone else do that for you. Do not visit any of the places mentioned during the trial. Do not Google or search names of people involved or participating in this case, or Google anything else about this case. Once again, this is because you must decide this case based only on the evidence in the law. The rules that I just explained to you are very important. I'll keep reminding you of them at the beginning and end of every day, and I'm counting on you to comply with them. If anything happens that seems to be inconsistent with these rules, please do not discuss it with your fellow jurors. Instead, let a court officer know, and I will speak with you privately. So jurors, we're coming to the conclusion of these preliminary remarks that I make to you. Jurors, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you just took as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that law and approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly and without any prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict, whatever that verdict may be. It's now time for the opening statements. And as is the custom, well, first of all, I'm going to have you all rise, jurors, and shake up. Whatever you need to get your focus back. You will find, as I have now found in my years on the bench, that sitting is more challenging than it looks. If you need at any point to get up at any point during the trial, sort of the people in the back row have an advantage with regard to that because you can stand up without impacting anybody's sight line. But it's critically important that you're paying attention and that we have your full attention. So if you find yourself not being able to get your full attention, try to do something to rectify that. And if it means raising your hand and asking for an unscheduled break, that's perfectly fine. What's most important is that you're paying attention to the evidence and evaluating the evidence silently to yourself. All right? You may be seated. It's now time for the opening statements in the case, and the custom is that the Commonwealth goes first. ADA Buckingham.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a few days for some, so I just want to just begin by reintroducing ourselves to you. My name is Shannon Buckingham. With me throughout the course of this trial is Jeremy Kuzman and Jason Haran, and we represent the Commonwealth in this case. In this case, you're going to hear about Christine and Michael Ricci. The Riccies lived in Marshfield. They have 3 kids. Angel is the oldest, and Angel is not Michael's biological child, but you'll hear from Angel that Michael was his dad. The middle son is Michael Jr., and the youngest child is Sophia. And you will hear from them during the course of this trial. You're going to hear about Michael. Michael grew up in Hyde Park. Michael was a military vet. He spent 22 plus years with the Boston Fire Department. You're going to hear about the defendant, Christine Ricci. She was, for all intents and purposes, a stay-at-home mom, but she also taught Zumba, and around the time of this incident, she was taking classes at Quincy College. The Richie family was a seemingly happy suburban household. But, ladies and gentlemen, we never know what happens behind closed doors inside a household, do we? You'll hear throughout the course of this trial from people inside the house and outside the house about how the Richie household changed over the course of time, how the defendant changed, how Michael changed. You hear about the major turning point in their marriage that occurred in the fall of 2018. Michael had an affair. It was a brief affair, but it was an affair with another woman. And the defendant knew or found out about it. For a short period of time, the decision was made that Michael was going to leave the marriage, possibly leave the household. But quickly, the decision was made for them to stay together and work on their family and stay together as a family. Michael messed up. But from the time that he told the defendant about the affair, he did everything he could to try to make things right and keep his family together. He worked on himself, he went to AA, he worked on his relationship with his children and his wife. He did everything his wife asked him to do. The defendant, on the other hand, continuously talked and focused on the infidelity for over 2 years. For over 2 years, her inability to get over that affair increased. You will hear testimony throughout the course of this trial from witnesses about verbal and physical altercations by the defendant against Michael. You will hear witnesses describe how the defendant would control Michael. They will tell you about seeing black eyes, fat lips, scratches on his face, and a broken nose. You'll hear that the night in question, January 28th, 2021, is not the first time the defendant brought a knife to an argument. This affair was like a pot of water simmering on a stove. And over the period of time between 2018 and January of 2021, the defendant continued to turn up the heat on that pot by bringing up that affair over and over until that simmering pot of anger, jealousy, and control boiled over on January 28th, 2021. So January 28th, 2021, it's a wintry Thursday. There was still snow on the ground. Michael was home that day. You will hear that his work schedule was a work 24 hours on, get 2 days off, work 24 hours on, and get 4 days off. And so on this day, Michael was on the 4-day stretch of having some days off, so he was home. The defendant was home. Their daughter, Sophia, had gone to school and was home in the afternoon. Angel was at work that day. And during this period of time, Michael Jr. wasn't actually residing in the home, but he was close by and available. On this particular afternoon, Michael goes to Dunkin' Donuts in the afternoon, gets a coffee, comes home. He's doing some shoveling outside before coming into the house, meeting the defendant, his wife, in yet another argument. The children will testify and tell you that arguments were frequent in the household and that arguments were always about the same thing, the affair. On this particular day, Sophia will tell you that she could hear her parents arguing when she was up in her room after school, but that was pretty much normal for her at that point. On this particular day, it was particularly loud, and she did everything she could to try to tune them out. Until later in that afternoon, when her mother, the defendant, yelled her name yelled for her to come down. Sophia comes down the stairs, goes into the area in between the dining room and the living area to find her dad on the floor and the defendant standing over him. The defendant tells her to call 911. Sophia calls 911. You're going to hear the 911. You're going to hear Sophia's testimony about what she recalls that day. The Marshfield police arrive at their home on Moraine Street. They're the first ones to arrive, you'll hear. And when they arrive, the defendant tells the first officers that Michael suddenly collapsed. So the officers that arrived begin to tend to him by giving him CPR, and almost a few minutes later, paramedics arrive from the Marshfield Fire Department. And they take over care of Michael, continuing with CPR, trying to resuscitate him and get him in a condition to take him to the hospital. When the paramedics put Michael into the back of the ambulance, they, again, try to stabilize him. And it's at that point where the paramedics discover, after cutting away his shirt, that Michael has a stab wound, a deep, penetrating stab wound in his chest. When they remove the clothing, you'll hear, they find another injury, another wound to the rear of his arm near his shoulder. The paramedics immediately advise the police, who are inside with the defendant, and it's at that point, and only that point, you'll hear, that the defendant tells the officers that she had been in an argument with her husband, with Michael. She tells him she was scared, she grabbed a knife to scare him, and that when he lunged at her, the knife just went in his chest. Throughout the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see those injuries. You're going to hear about those injuries. You're going to see pictures of Michael, how tall he was, how big he was, where those injuries were on his body. You'll hear that there's more than one stab wound. There's two, but there's in fact 3 injuries that are noted on his body. The stab wound to his chest, the wound to his shoulder or the back of his arm, and what will be described to you, I expect, as an injury along his back. You will see that there were 2 knives located in that house that day that had Michael's blood on the blade. The first was located on the floor by where his body lay, where he was laying when first responders first got to the scene, and one in a box on the dining room table with several other knives. You will see pictures of those knives. You will see pictures of the house and where those items were located when the police were at the house that particular night. You will hear from a medical examiner in this case more about that fatal chest wound and what the details of that wound, how deep it was, what kind of injury it caused, what damage it did to Michael's body, and what resulted in his death. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you listen carefully to the evidence and keep an open mind. And that's something you're going to hear us say, you'll hear the judge say, you'll hear everyone say it again and again throughout the course of this trial, but it is paramount in this type of a case that you listen carefully and keep an open mind. And that you not forget that you, as a group, bring to this case your common sense and life experience when you evaluate the evidence. And we ask that you do that as you continue to listen to the evidence in this case. And the evidence will tell you what happened in the Richie household that night on January 28th, 2021. At the end of this case, we will return and ask that you find the defendant guilty of murder and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, because the evidence will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she is, in fact, guilty of those crimes.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the defense. Attorney Wood.
Christine Ricci never intended to kill Michael Richie on January 28, 2021, and the Commonwealth doesn't have any evidence to prove that she did. The argument that occurred that was just described to you, the confrontation that was just described to you, all of that information all happened during about a small 15-minute pocket between 4:30 and 4:45 on January 28th, 2021. And every answer to every question that we have about Christine's intent, Michael's intent, Michael's last actions, and Christine's actions are contained and sealed in that 15-minute pocket. And ladies and gentlemen, that's probably why the Commonwealth is going to spend such a small amount of time talking about that 15-minute period, because they want to distract you. Christine's words are really the only evidence that we have of what occurred during that 15-minute pocket. And those words, remember, were spoken in the moments after all of these events happened. It's true that she doesn't give a complete statement of everything that occurs, and as we go through the evidence in this case, and when I come back and talk to you at the end, I'm going to suggest to you, through reference to both the forensic evidence as well as putting together the statements, about what probably happened around and between the details of what it was that she said. When the police arrive, the evidence is going to be that Christine Ricci is absolutely beside herself. Absolutely beside herself. She is crying, she is heaving, she is hyperventilating. The first responders come to the scene and she can get almost nothing out. She says he collapsed, that comes out. The Commonwealth wants it to be the case that that means that she told some sort of misleading statement. The evidence is going to show that she gave an incomplete statement and that maybe she wasn't in a position where she even could give a complete statement. She was just too upset. After Michael Ritchie's body is removed from the house out to the ambulance, there's going to be evidence from an officer by the name of Chris Martin who's going to say that at that point they sat her in a chair and they asked her what happened. While the body is still out at the ambulance, while they're so-called discovering the stab wound that you just heard a moment ago. And the evidence is going to say that when she's confronted at that moment about what happened, she gives a little bit more detail, but she's still extremely upset. She's so upset, in fact, that she actually takes some medication to try to calm her down. But as she begins to say the details of the case, she mentions the knife, and she mentions the argument and the fact that it escalated. And that's going to be supported by the testimony of Sophia Richie, who heard that escalation of the argument into a screaming match. And it's true, she does say, I held the knife out, and then at another point she does say, he lunged at me. And at another point mentions being attacked. And I'm going to suggest to you that the evidence will be that even when Christine said those words, that wasn't everything that happened. And at that point, the evidence will show she may not have had a complete memory of what had just fully occurred. But Christine Ritchie's words are the only direct evidence that you're going to have about what happened between 4:30 and 4:45 p.m. on January 28, 2021. They're the only eyewitness reports of what happened. And they don't at all support the story that the government just told you. And that is probably why they are going to spend the entire case discussing things that didn't occur during that period of time. I expect that they are going to parade a bunch of witnesses in, remote friends of Michael Sr., who are going to be allowed to offer their opinions about the defendant, that they are going to pick along a 2.5-year period, a series of isolated events, and try to string them together to create the most damning possible picture of who Christine Ricci is. And that they will do so because they hope that you will be so distracted by the question of whether Christine Ricci is the type of person that would commit this crime, that you'll forget that the real question is whether she actually did it. As I say, at the end of this case, we will hear forensic evidence. We will come back and we will tell you a little bit more about what happened in January 28, 2021 in the absolutely critical 15-minute period. Talk about the mechanics and what's suggested. And a lot of it will be inference by inference, because we won't have that type of eyewitness testimony beyond someone's statements that was very, very affected by what had just happened to them. But what emerges from that is a very, very different picture altogether. Now, the Commonwealth wants you to tell you these stories about the past and about the affair And it's true, there's going to be a story about an affair, and it's going to be a big part of the Commonwealth's case. This was an affair that took place in 2018. And a lot of the events that they're going to talk to you about physical confrontations, happened within just a couple of months of that event, maybe anywhere from a 6-month to 9-month period after that event. You're going to hear about other events that happened in the subsequent year and a half. Things like Michael going to AA, Christine supporting him and going to AA, him getting sober, him getting counseling, Ms. Richie getting separate counseling, them going to couples counseling, them reaffirming their vows in Hawaii in 2019. And you're going to hear from all of the children, and although they're going to say that there was fighting still and there was a fair amount of marital discord, they're not going to describe the type of events that were occurring in 2018. But the Commonwealth wants to sort of string these things together from 2.5 years earlier to try to pretend that that says something about Christine Ricci in 2021. I'm going to ask you not to be distracted, to focus like a laser on the relevant period of 4:30 to 4:45 on January 28th, 2021. And I want you to be extra vigilant every single time the Commonwealth tries to distract you and talk to you about ancient history and tries to tell you about who Christine is and why you should believe bad things about her, and focus on what do they actually know about what happened on January 28th, 2021 between the hours of 4:30 and 4:45. And if at the end of the day, what you're left with is, I just don't know what happened, which is exactly where they are, then I'm going to ask you to find Ms. Richie at the end of this case during closing not guilty.
Thank you. I'll seek counsel at the side of the bench. So jurors, we've now heard the opening statements, and I'm going to move this out of the way so I have a clear sight view. We're going to move to the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Sophia Richie, please.
Come on. I want you to follow that officer right there.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. In a loud, clear voice, can you please tell us your name and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sophia Richie, SOPHIYARICCI.
Thank you. And Sophia, what is your date of birth?
05/22/04.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. And where do you currently live?
I live at my house, 679 Moraine Street.
How long have you lived at that home?
Since I was 3.
And where did you live prior to that, if you know?
Rosendale.
And who do you currently live at that location with?
My brother, Angel.
And how old is Angel?
Angel is 27.
And do you work?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us a little bit about what you do, Sophia?
I work at a dog kennel.
And so what kinds of responsibilities do you have there?
So I basically take the dogs in, out, clean up their messes, clean up bowls, basically clean and hang out with dogs.
And do you like your job?
Oh, I love it.
And were you a dog lover before starting that
Yes.
job?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
And do you have any pets of your own?
Yes, I have 2 cats.
Did you used to have any other animals?
Yeah, I have 2 dogs.
Okay. And do you work full-time at the dog kennel?
Part-time.
And do you do anything else besides that?
No.
And did you graduate high school?
Yes.
What high school did you graduate from?
Ashland High School.
And had you always gone to Ashland High School, or did you start high school somewhere else?
I started high school in Marshfield.
Okay. And you successfully graduated, though, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you start working at the kennel soon after you graduated?
Yes.
And where is that kennel?
Marshfield.
Okay. And growing up, Sophia, after you moved to your current home on Marine Street, who did you live at the home with?
I lived with my mom, my dad, and my brother.
And when you say your brother, do you have one brother or more than one brother?
I have 2 brothers.
And could you tell us their names and their ages?
Michael Richie, he is 25, and then Andrew Richie, he is 27.
And when you say Michael Ricci, is he a junior?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And who is Michael Ricci Jr.'s father?
My dad.
And he has the same name?
Yes.
Michael Ricci?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about Angel, your brother Angel, who is Michael Ricci his father as well?
No.
Did he adopt him at some point?
Yeah.
So did Angel call him dad?
Yes.
And was he raised as Michael's son?
Yes.
Okay. And did you grow up with both of your parents in your home on Marine Street?
Yes.
And what's your mom's name?
Christine Ricci.
And do you see her here today?
No.
Do you want to stand up?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. Could you just point to her and tell me something she's wearing?
She's wearing a pink blazer, I think.
Okay.
And glasses.
May the record reflect the identification by the witness, Your Honor?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. And what about your father? I think you just indicated his name, just for the record again, his name?
Michael Richie.
And that was senior, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with Her Honor's permission, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Just approaching you with a photograph. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize what it is.
Yes.
Or who it is.
My dad.
Okay, make sure you speak loudly, okay?
Yes, my father.
Okay. And is this a pretty fair and accurate picture of what he looked like?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the first exhibit and published, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 1 and may be published.
Thank you. Exhibit 1 so marked.
Now the jurors see the electronics.
This is your father?
Yes.
And did you have, what did you used to call him?
I just called him Dad.
Okay, and did he have any nicknames for you?
It would vary. Honey, sweetheart, sweetie.
Your Honor.
And do you know what your father did for work while you were growing up?
Yes, he was a firefighter.
Where was he a firefighter?
Boston.
And did he have any other jobs that you were aware of?
He was a sprinkler. He installed sprinklers in buildings.
And what was your relationship like with your father growing up, Sophia?
We were very close.
What kinds of things did you guys used to do?
We would go bowling, go to the seawall, watch the waves, play baseball outside, sports, and watch movies and watch TV shows.
Was he around a lot growing up?
Yeah.
And based on your observations, did he have a fairly similar relationship with your brothers?
Yeah. It was obviously different because I was the daughter, but he had a close relationship with my brothers too.
And what was your relationship like with your mom growing up? Was it close as well?
We were very close.
Okay. Sophia, I'm going to draw your attention back to a date of January 28th of 2021. Do you remember where you were during the daytime hours?
I was at school,
And what school was that?
Marshfield High School.
And do you remember what grade you were in?
I was a sophomore.
And was this during COVID times?
No, this was before COVID.
Okay. And do you recall what hours you were at school?
I do not recall what hours.
Do you know what roughly time you would get home every day from school?
1:47.
Was that the 1:47 was the bell at school and then you would leave, or 1:47 you'd walk in your home?
1:47, the bell.
Okay. And how would you get home?
The bus.
And approximately how far away is your school from your home?
5 minutes.
It was a quick ride?
Yeah.
Okay. And on this particular day, did you take the bus home?
Yes.
Okay. And before leaving for your school day, anything unusual in the home?
No.
Everything seemed pretty normal to you?
Yeah.
And when you got home, what did you do?
I went up to my room.
And can you describe your home?
So if you walk through the front door, there's a fireplace. I call the fireplace room. And then when you walk up the stairs, there's my room. And then walk down a hallway, there's my brother's room, the bathroom, and my parents' room.
So where was Angel's bedroom?
Angel's bedroom was in the basement.
And so he converted the basement basically into a bedroom?
Yeah.
And then were any bedrooms on the first floor? So the remainder of the bedrooms were upstairs, correct?
Yeah.
And where was your parents' bedroom in relationship to your bedroom?
They were across from my room.
So just right across the hallway?
Yeah.
And what about your brother, Mike? We'll call him Michael Jr.
He was across too.
Okay. Were there any other bedrooms upstairs?
No.
Okay. And when you got home, you indicated you went to your bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see anybody when you first came in?
I do not remember.
Okay. And do you know if anybody was home?
I think my mom was home.
And do you recall seeing her on the first floor when you walked in?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you remember speaking to her at all before you went to your room?
I do not remember.
Okay. And may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at a photograph and tell me if you recognize what it is.
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that's my house.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared back in 2021?
Yes.
Okay, I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit and published as well, please.
Any objection? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 2 and may be published.
Showing you again what was just marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 2, Sophia. Just for some perspective, just getting back to your description of where certain things were in the home. With Her Honor's permission, may the witness get up and just point to different areas that she just spoke about?
She may.
Thank you. Sophia, if you can. I don't know if we have a pointer or not, but just with your hand, if you can just show us what we're looking at here in terms of, take us through the front door and tell us where the different rooms that you described are, please.
So, this is the fire room where the fireplace was, and then when you walk up the stairs, this was my room, this was the living room, and these two windows were my parents' room.
And then what about Michael Jr.?
Michael Jr.'s window was on the side.
Okay. And the kitchen, where is that?
It's in the middle of the house.
So when you walk in that red door, is the kitchen ahead of you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You could proceed again. And so when you walked in the door, your first memory right now is that you went right to your bedroom. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that typically what you would do when you got home from school?
Yes.
And do you recall if your parents' bedroom door was open or closed?
I do not recall.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that somebody else arrived home?
I do not remember.
At some point, did you hear voices?
Yes.
And where were those voices coming from?
The living room.
And whose voices were they?
My mom, my dad's.
And what tone of voice were you hearing from your mom?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Well, I'll ask a different question. That wasn't a good one. I'm sorry. So you were upstairs and you could hear your parents downstairs, is that right?
Yes.
And how loudly were they speaking?
Not too loud.
But loud enough to hear?
Yeah, loud enough so I could hear from upstairs.
Do you have a television in your bedroom?
Yes, I do.
And is it typically on when you go in?
Yes.
So you had the television on this day, is it fair to say?
Yes.
And you heard them downstairs, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that their voices were elevated enough that you heard them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall hearing yelling?
Yes.
And who did you hear yelling from?
My mom.
And did you hear any words she was saying?
No.
Was this alarming to you, or was this kind of your life?
It wasn't alarming to me.
Was not alarming, and why was that, Sophia?
I was used to it.
Okay. And when you say you were used to it, was that been always, or had they turned into your new normal at some point?
It turned into my new normal. It wasn't always.
So when you were a little girl and up until you were maybe 14 or so, 15, were things not like that in the home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to, do you typically get involved when you hear your mom yelling and an argument going on, or do you kind of stay away from it?
Not typically, but there was sometimes I would get involved.
And on this particular occasion, what did you do?
I didn't get involved.
Did you stay in your room?
Yeah, I stayed in my room until I heard my name.
Okay. And in the past, well, let me ask you this. How often would you hear your parents arguing in the 2 years leading up to January 28th of 2021?
Your Honor, objection with regard to foundation. That time frame is a 2-year period.
All right.
2.5.
Is that the foundation?
Were you living in the home in 2019?
Yes, I was.
And during 2019, was there a notable, were your parents arguing more often then?
Yes.
And how often were they arguing in 2019?
I do not recall how often it was.
Was it fairly often?
Yeah, it was fairly often.
And what about in 2020? Were you living in that same home?
Yes, I was.
And was it similar to what you just described as happening, arguing often?
Yes.
And the early 2021 leading up to the day we're talking about, was it the same then as well?
Yes.
And were the arguments typically about one thing in particular?
Not all arguments were one thing.
What do you recall the arguments being about?
I don't recall all of the arguments, but I just remember them being different things. It wasn't just one thing.
Would your mom ask your father questions about something?
Yes.
Objection to the form of these questions. These, I think, need to be open-ended.
All right, I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
Sophia, what, if anything, would you hear your mom consistently asking your father about?
I do not recall.
Do you recall who, if anyone, would your mother bring up during the course of the arguments?
I do not recall.
May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have just one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Sophia, do you remember actually the day of these events that we're here about today on January 28th, 2021? Do you remember being interviewed by the police about what had happened?
Yes, I do.
And is it fair to say that your memory then was probably a little bit better than it is now?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory to see a transcript of what you said about these arguments?
Yeah. Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Page
Can I see
1.
the page?
Yep. Page 115. Sophia, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at a transcript of the interview you had with the Marshfield Police. Specifically for the record, it's page 1-15. I'm going to ask you to read to yourself, so not out loud, lines 12 to 20. Actually, lines 12 to the end of the page. And when you're done reading, take your time, just look up so I know you're done, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Is your memory refreshed, as we say?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just ask you again, do you remember typically what your parents would argue about?
About the drinking,
And what else?
the affair.
And the drinking, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about that. Do you recall how often your father would drink?
Every day.
And what he would drink?
Beers.
And is it fair to say he would not be drinking, as far as you know, while he was a firefighter, right?
Yeah.
When he would come home, would he have a few?
Yes.
Okay. And what kinds of things would you hear your mother saying about the affair when she would be questioning him or asking him?
I don't remember what she would ask about. I just remember like what it was about, but I don't remember what she would ask.
Okay. And is it fair to say that between the drinking and the affair, those were typically what the arguing was about?
Yes.
Okay. And other than I don't want to categorize it as yelling, but other than the loud voices you heard on the date of January 28th, 2021, what, if any, other sounds did you hear downstairs?
I heard movement and banging.
Movement and what?
Banging.
Banging?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what the banging was?
No, I did not.
Okay. Where did you stay while you heard them? Is it fair to say they were yelling?
Yes.
So where were you during the yelling and the banging?
In my room.
Okay. At some point, did you leave your room, Sophia?
Yes, I did.
And why did you leave your room?
I heard my name being called.
Who called your name?
My mom.
And other than calling your name, did she yell anything else to you at that time?
No, she just called my name for me to come downstairs.
And what did her voice sound like?
She sounded very panicked.
Okay. And did you do as you were told and come downstairs?
Yes, I did.
And when you came downstairs, could you describe what you saw?
My dad was laying down on the floor.
Okay. And when you say he was laying down on the floor, could you describe where he was when you saw him?
Where he was, or
where on the where in the home he was on the floor?
He was in the living room near the dining room table.
And was he laying down on his back or on his front?
His back.
And what, if anything else, did you observe about him as he lay there?
I don't recall.
Do you remember if his eyes were open or closed?
No, I do not.
And were you able to speak to him when he was on the floor?
No.
Okay. Did you see any? What, if any, injuries did you see?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did you see anything in your father's hands as he lay there?
No.
Where was your mom in relationship to where your father was laying on the ground?
She was right next to him.
Was there anything in her hands?
No.
And when you got downstairs, did you have a conversation with your mom about why your father was on the ground?
No.
Did she tell you, aside from a conversation, did she make any statements to you about why he was on the ground?
No.
And what was the very next thing that happened?
She told me to call 911.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And what phone did you use?
I used my phone.
It's like a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you even know what to tell 911?
Can you explain that question?
I'll rephrase it. You picked. Did you have to go find it?
I walked down with it.
Okay. And with Her Honor's permission, may we just very briefly approach?
Yes.
Thank you. time I'd ask that the disc of the 911 call be marked as an exhibit and played for the jury.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Be marked and admitted as Exhibit 3, and it may be played.
Thank you. Exhibit 3 somewhere.
911 trying to go to with the emergency.
My dad is injured on the ground. I don't know what's happened, but he's going to ambulance or something.
Okay, where are you located?
679 Lorraine Street.
Say it again?
679 Lorraine Street.
679 Lorraine Street?
Yes.
Okay, is he breathing?
Is he breathing, Mom?
Okay.
He's breathing.
Okay, stay on the line for me. I'm going to transfer the ambulance, all right?
Okay.
Fire rescue, where's your emergency?
Hi, my dad is on the floor and he's breathing and he can't get up. And can you just please get the ambulance? I believe.
What's your address?
679 Lorraine Street.
679 Lorraine Street. How old are you?
16.
Okay, how old is your dad?
My dad is 50.
50. You said he fell?
Yeah, he's on the ground unconscious right now.
Is he breathing?
I don't know if he's breathing, but can you just please send an ambulance?
Okay, stay on the line. I'm going to get them started your way, okay?
Okay, he's breathing, but can you just please come here?
N3, D2, Main Street. I'm like a 8-year-old male. 679 Main Street. Hello, you still there? Hello, you still there? You with your dad right now?
Yeah, my mom's holding him.
Did he fall or did he just pass out all of a sudden?
I don't know. I'm just getting down to the little man could fall off.
Okay, and he's not alert, he's not talking?
No, he's completely out.
Okay, and he's not breathing normally?
No.
Okay. Do you know CPR?
I don't know that.
Okay, he's on the floor though right now? He's not on the bed or anything? Okay, you said your mom's there?
Yeah.
Can I
No, she can't. She's talking now.
Okay, because they're on the way, but I can give you instructions for CPR to help them, okay? They're on their way, but I can give you instructions to help them, okay? One to five on dispatching, engine 3, head 2, 679 Ryan Street, on medical, still on to 15. Is he on his back?
Yeah, no, he's on his side.
Okay. Can you have your mom roll him onto his side?
He's already on his side.
Or on his back?
No. Oh, yeah. Mom, roll him on his back. On his back.
Is he on his back now?
Yeah, he's on his back.
Your mom, they're on their way. I'm gonna give you instructions to start CPR, okay? Okay. Are you with me?
Yes, my mom said to get her phone.
Where'd your mom go?
My mom said to get her phone.
Are you with your mom right now?
No, she's downstairs, but my dad had a lot of issues, and I don't know what happened, but all I heard was screaming. I think that's it.
Okay, what are you upstairs getting for your mom right now?
My mom said to get her phone.
Her phone, okay. When you get back down there, is there a way I can talk to her? 679 Main Street, Metro, so 1545. Someone's funny. It's just unresponsive, one-story. Can I talk to your mother, please? Can I talk? Hello? The police are there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go and talk to them, okay?
Okay.
You're welcome.
Jurors, I think we're going to take our morning break right now. We will be going and hearing the evidence until 1 o'clock, but I'll give you a short bathroom break so that you can attend to those needs, and we'll be back here at about 12. All right, so keep it as efficient as you can.
Good. I'll rise for the jurors and place your notebooks on the chair. Exit this way.
I try to keep it to a short break. I would like to start back up at 5 past the hour.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, we are returning to the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. All parties are present in the courtroom.
Kelsey, can we still do it at the end of the day? On Zoom at the end of the day? Sure. Yeah, but he told me no. You don't have
I don't have a standing in that question. Yeah.
She seemed to think you didn't want her.
Court are advised to re-entry. This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Hi, Sophia. I apologize that you had to hear the 911 call. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about it, if that's okay.
Okay.
With regard to that call, there was a point in time where you were saying things to the 911 operator, and I'm just trying to find out if you recall if you were saying he was bleeding or breathing. Do you know?
Breathing.
Breathing? Okay. Did you see any blood on your father?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see any blood on your mother?
No, I did not.
And I know you indicated you didn't see any injuries on your father. What, if any, injuries did you see on your mother? Anything?
No, I did not see any injuries.
And at some point in the course of your phone call, I believe they had asked to speak to your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And could you explain, just because it was hard to hear with all the background noise, where was your mother that she couldn't go on the phone?
She was just crying.
Overruled.
She was what?
Where was she? Where was she? Where was your mother?
She was near my dad. She was sitting right next to my dad.
Okay. And at some point, what, if anything, did your mom ask her to get for her?
Her phone.
And where was her phone?
Upstairs in her room.
And did you go upstairs and get her phone?
Yes, I did.
And was that while you were on the phone with 911?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to the argument that you were hearing before your mom had you come downstairs, what, if anything, was different about that argument compared to other arguments? Did it seem different to you?
No, it did not.
And at some point after you hung up, or as you were getting off the phone with 911, did Marshfield police arrive?
Yes, they did.
And where did you go when they arrived?
I went out the side door to tell them to go in the side door.
Okay. And why did you tell him to go in the side door? Is that a easier route?
Yeah, it would be easier to get to my dad.
And did anyone go outside with you?
No, they did not.
And did you take them inside to where your father was?
Yes, I did.
At that point in time, had you learned why your father was on the ground?
No, I did not.
And once the police came inside the home, what happened next?
I don't remember.
Okay. Could you describe what, if any, observations you made about how your mom was acting?
She was just she was panicking.
Had you ever seen her have a panic attack before?
Yes, I have.
And what does that look like?
Just very shaky, crying, hard to breathe.
Is that how she was when you first came downstairs, or was that how she became when the police arrived?
That's how she was when I first came down.
And typically, you've observed this before happening with your mom?
Yes.
And how do you deal with that when you're there?
I just hold her and I comfort her.
And what, if anything, did you do to help her when the police were there with regard to her panic attack?
I grabbed her medication for her panic attacks.
And where is that?
Upstairs in her room.
And did you come back down and give it to her?
Yes, I did.
And how soon after you gave her, is it a pill?
Yes.
How soon after did she calm down a bit?
If she knows.
That's an acceptable qualification. If you know, how long did it take your mother to calm down?
I don't remember how long I was outside after I gave her the medication.
So, okay, you gave her the medication and then you went outside?
Yes.
Okay. And sometime after you gave her the medication, did she calm down?
Yes.
So was she calmer when the police arrived? Well, actually, let me ask you this. In terms of timing, when did you give her the medication in relationship to when the police got there?
I gave her the medication when the police got there.
Okay. And typically, have you given her medication for a panic attack previously?
Yes.
And typically, how quickly does the medicine work?
If she knows.
If you know.
I do not know how long.
Does it take hours and hours, or is it?
I don't think it took hours and hours.
Okay. And once the police got there, did you speak to them briefly?
Yes, I did.
And then were you taken somewhere from your home?
I was taken outside.
And then at some point, did you leave your home?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
I went to the police station.
And was it there that you gave the recorded interview that you looked at the transcript from?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you go to the hospital?
Yes.
And that's where your father was?
Yes.
And who was there?
It was just me at first, and then my brothers came.
And, okay. And at some point, you were given information about what had happened to your dad?
Yes.
Okay. Were you with your brothers when that happened?
Yes.
Okay. And drawing your attention to before you learned about your father's affair, were things different in your family back then?
Yes.
And in terms of your childhood, Sophia, Can you describe what your parents' relationship was like when you were growing up before you learned about the affair?
There was no fight, and they were very close. They loved each other a lot.
Did they show a lot of love for you and your brothers?
Yes, they did.
Both of them?
Yeah, they always showed love.
And did you guys do family vacations?
Yes, we did.
Family dinners?
Yes.
And then after the summer of 2018, is that when things changed?
Yes.
And how did you learn about the affair?
They sat us down and told us.
And when you say they told us, who are you referring to?
Me and my brothers.
And after that conversation, did you see some changes in your mom's kind of behaviors?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes?
and we have an instruction with regard to the continual use of the leading,
I'm sorry, I missed that last.
of the leading questions with regard to this witness.
Right. I have noted some of the leading questions are to background things, but counsel, keep your questions neutral.
Absolutely. What, if any, changes did you see in your mom's behavior?
What changes?
Yes, after the summer of 2018.
Just sad.
That was the only change you saw, or were there other changes as well?
No, it was more just sadness.
And was your mom a Zumba instructor?
Yes, she was.
Did she continue to do that after she learned of the affair?
Yes.
And you described her as being sad. Is that right?
Yes.
And did that continue, that sadness, up until your father's death?
Yes.
And other than sadness, you also previously indicated that there was fighting.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Sophia, you had indicated your mom, you saw your mom experience a lot of sadness, correct?
Yes.
And previously you indicated there was a lot more fighting, correct?
Yes.
What about as it relates to your father? What, if any, changes did you see in your father after you learned of the affair?
He just acted a lot more aggravated, just frustrated.
And when you say aggravated and frustrated, at what times would you see that kind of come out? Was there particular occasions?
Sometimes during the fight and sometimes just daily life stuff.
And what, if any, changes did you see with his drinking?
He stopped drinking.
And what, if any, particular things in the course of them fighting would cause him to seem frustrated to you or aggravated?
When he couldn't remember things.
And what kinds of things was he being asked to remember?
Things about the affair.
Who would be asking him questions about the affair in which he didn't remember the answers to?
My mom.
You have one moment, please. Yes, thank you. And what, if any, injuries did you ever see your father have following an argument with your mother?
A bruise on his face.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I do not.
Were you home, though, when they were arguing?
I don't recall if I was home or not.
But you recall the bruise?
Yes.
Do you remember where it was?
It was on, I think it was near his lip on his cheek.
Based on the previous issue that we discussed, I note my objection, Judge.
Yes, I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Ma'am, just a few more questions, okay? With regard to the injury you observed on your father's face, was that following something that occurred between your parents?
I don't remember.
Do you recall meeting to discuss the upcoming trial on the phone? And we spoke last week?
Yes.
And do you recall telling us that...
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Do you recall telling us that you saw an injury, when we asked you about any injuries on either of your parents, that you recall after an argument seeing an injury on your father's face?
Yes.
And in terms of time frame of that injury, do you remember when it was that you made the observations of the injury on your father's face in relationship to his death?
I think like 1 year before, 1 or 2 years.
And what, if any, injuries did you ever see on your mother following arguments with your father?
No injuries.
And in the few weeks leading up to January 28th, 2021, what, if any, arguments did you hear between your parents?
I don't remember.
And again, do you recall meeting with myself and some others on the phone last week?
Yes.
And you recall telling us that it was in the few weeks leading up to January 28th that you still were hearing?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Sophia, just getting back to my last line of questioning, did you tell me something different with regard to the weeks leading up to the day your dad died?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
As it relates to arguing between your parents, what, if anything, did you tell me during our phone meeting last week regarding the weeks leading up to your dad's death?
The weeks leading up to were on and off with the fighting.
And what were the fights about? The same things that you previously told us about?
Yeah.
And earlier in your testimony, you said the fights were primarily about your dad's drinking and the affair. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it, what, if any, drinking was your dad doing leading up to his death?
He stopped drinking before.
So he had not been drinking, correct?
Yes.
So in terms of what their fights were about leading up to the day of his death, was drinking still being brought up, or was it just about the affair?
Well, it was being brought up because it was for a while of him drinking.
Before the affair?
Yes.
And was the affair still brought up as well?
Yes.
In the weeks leading up to his death?
Yes.
Just one moment, please, Your Honor. Just a couple more brief questions, Sophia. Typically, when your parents would be arguing, as you previously described, what, if anything, would your dad do in the course of arguing? Would he stay involved in the argument, or would he do something different?
Sometimes.
Sustained.
What, if anything, would your father do during the course of the arguing?
Sometimes he would.
That one I'll let her have.
We still have the foundational question of her knowledge, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What, if anything, would you see your dad do?
Sometimes he would stay. Sometimes he would walk outside.
And what would he do when you go outside if you saw?
He would just sit there.
Nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Sophia.
Hi.
I want to start by just sort of making clear who I'm talking about. When I talk about Michael Sr., I'm talking about your dad, okay? Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And when I say Michael Jr., I'm talking about your brother.
Yes.
So when Michael Sr., you said that in 2018, there was a change in the relationship. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And that was revolving around your father's, you said, drinking, correct? As well as an extramarital affair?
Yes.
And you mentioned also that he had sat you guys all down.
Yes.
And everyone had been told, correct?
Yes.
Were you told together or were you told independently?
Together.
Okay.
As of what I remember.
When he told, or he sat you all down to talk, did he give a reason why the affair occurred, or did he try to articulate that?
Objection.
Basis.
He didn't give
Will
a
we go to
reason.
sidebar?
Yes, you may.
When your father first made the announcement that he had an affair, he had mentioned the fact that he had been drinking a lot during the time, correct?
Yes.
And you had noticed that, right, in your own observations, right?
Yes.
He was a heavy drinker,
Yes.
a daily drinker.
Yes.
And he acknowledged the fact that he was an alcoholic and that he had a drinking problem.
Yes.
And he immediately took action, correct?
Yes.
He stopped drinking, as you say, right?
Yes.
Joined Alcoholics Anonymous,
Yes.
got a sponsor, and did all the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
There was never any doubt in your mind that that was a true statement, that he had an alcohol problem, right?
Yes.
And wasn't he also claiming that for a period of time in the summer of 2018 that he had broad-based memory issues, like he was claiming that he had sort of amnesia?
Yes.
And when you said later during direct examination that your parents would fight a lot of times about things that he couldn't remember,
Yes.
was that part of it?
Yes.
And wasn't he claiming that, like, for a huge long stretch of time, he just had no memory whatsoever?
Yes.
And this caused everybody in the family, like, a lot of concern, didn't it?
Definitely.
Like, they thought it might be a neurological issue,
Yeah.
correct? And it might be something else, for example.
Yes.
And he himself seemed and was acting as if he was concerned, correct, about his lack of memory and the fact that he would have these memory issues, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that sometimes when they would have fights, he would leave and go have a cigarette and then come back and say that he couldn't remember what they were arguing about?
Yes.
And he would claim to have these broad-based, long periods where he had no memory at all. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And so initially, upon making this announcement that he had had an affair, was it also as part of that discussion that he was going to stay at home? He'd already
Yes.
made that decision?
Yeah.
And that he was going to try to work on himself, correct?
Yes.
And that they were going to try to figure it out, meaning both your parents.
Yes.
And part of what figuring it out meant was trying to figure out what was going on with your dad's memory and sort of what caused all this.
Yeah.
And wasn't that immediately your mother's sort of concern, right?
Yes.
She started going to Al-Anon, correct?
Yes.
And he started going to AA.
Yes.
And she would even go to AA meetings with him sometimes when he needed support, correct?
Yes.
And they would read together the AA books and things like this.
Yeah.
And at the same time, your mother ended up going back to Quincy College, didn't she, to start studying addiction and mental health issues?
Yes, she did.
Did you have any question in your mind that your mother wasn't sincerely trying to support your father during that time?
I had no question.
Okay. Isn't it true that sometimes you would come down in the mornings in those early days in 2018 and 2019, and he would be sleeping on the couch?
Yes.
And he would have no idea. He would say he had no idea why he was on the couch.
Yes.
He couldn't remember what it was, correct?
Yes.
And this was a period of time when he wasn't drinking.
Yeah.
And this caused a lot of concern in the family about his memory and the things that were going on, right?
100%.
And I'm not saying that your mother was a psychologist or anything, but she had some real concerns and some real ideas as to what was happening with him. And you don't have to get into the contents of that, but to say the least, your father was taking those things seriously too, right?
Yes.
He was going to counseling.
Yes.
He was seeing a therapist. And they were in couples counseling too, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And I just want to talk for 1 second about 2018 and how it differed from as time went on. Right after the affair, is it fair to say that your mother was extremely upset about the affair, but also extremely upset about these memory issues and the drinking issues, right?
Yes.
And she seemed genuinely worried and upset and about your father's mental state
Yes.
and trying to figure out what went on.
Yeah.
And do you think, but as time went on, away from that, was there a change in the way that they fought? Meaning, I know that the subject matter might have been the same, but was the intensity of the fighting any different?
I don't recall.
Okay. You do recall, though, however, that they were going to counseling together, they were getting help, right?
Yes.
And in 2019, in October of 2019, they went and they renewed their vows, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
In Hawaii?
Yes.
And before your dad went to AA, you said he was a daily drinker, correct?
Yes.
He also, all of his friends that he had at that time, all of his old friends, one of the things that they would often do together was they would drink together, right?
Yes.
And did your father, after your father got sober, is it fair to say that he changed friend groups after that a little bit?
Yes, he did.
Started hanging around with a lot more people in the sober community?
Yes.
Started hanging around with a lot of guys from AA?
Yes.
Started going to sober softball, if you will, and making these new friends.
Yeah.
And you never got any indication that that was being forced upon him, did you?
No.
Was it? And around that same time that he got sober, he also stopped working for his friend Mac, the guy you know as Mac, your
Yes.
godfather, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Mac's been sort of a member of your family for a long time, right?
Yes.
But one of the things that they did together was they worked together at the MCC, which was that code enforcement fire alarm business.
Yes.
And after work, they'd go over to the bar across the street, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would.
And it wasn't just Mac that he would go over to that bar with, it was all the guys from work.
Yes.
It was kind of like a group of guys.
Yeah.
And he stopped working for Mac right around that same time.
Yes.
Did you get the impression that as to the reason at all as to why he did that?
No, I didn't. I didn't know why at first.
Okay. Did it ever occur to you that the reason that he didn't want to continue working with Mac was because all those guys would continue to go to the bar after work every day?
Yes, it occurred to me after the fact of me learning about everything.
Mm-hmm. And that maybe it was sort of a temptation that he couldn't handle, the fact that all the guys would go over, have a beer.
Sustained.
Did you notice over the course of 2018 into 2019 that the nature of the fights did change a little bit? At the beginning, they were very much about the affair,
Yes.
and that over time they became more about the memory and the drinking issues
Yes.
and trying to figure out what was going on there.
Yes.
And you told that to the police in, the very day, the interview that was just mentioned to you a moment ago, right?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned during direct examination about your mother's panic attacks. And you said that she would have those. How often would she have them?
I don't recall how often it would be, but it wasn't like every day. It was more like if something very like emotional happened, then it would happen.
All right. And you said there was shaking involved?
Yes.
Can you sort of explain it? Would she sort of like shake and not move?
Yeah, it was kind of like she was in shock.
Mm-hmm. Did it sort of look like a seizure?
Yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
Yes.
Yeah. And that was something that you noticed would happen when your mother became extremely excited or emotionally charged?
Yes.
You're aware, are you not, that your father, for a period of time when he was drinking back in 2008, he was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
And mixing the two?
Objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench. You may proceed.
Thank you. You're aware that even before the affair, correct, your mother wore she had a condition, a joint condition, is that correct?
Yes.
And she would regularly wear a arm brace, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was something that was known by the family, right?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about January 28th, 2021. You suggested that that in the moments after you came downstairs, your mother was in quite an emotional state, correct?
Yes.
She was having one of those panic attacks that we talked about.
Yes.
She was crying.
Yes.
She was sobbing.
Yes.
And she was hyperventilating.
Yes.
And she couldn't give, you didn't feel like you could have a conversation with her at that point about what exactly had happened, right?
Yes.
And she was in that same exact emotional state when the police arrived, right?
Yes.
And she was, from your perspective, you wouldn't have at that point engaged with her in a discussion about what happened at that time because she was very, very emotional.
Yes.
So emotional, in fact, that you gave her her medication.
Yes.
Does she take only one pill or more than one pill, if you know?
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that after your dad stopped drinking, he would get more aggravated, correct?
Yes.
And that would be sometimes just in general,
Yeah.
and sometimes in the context of argument or conversations with your mother,
Yes.
right? Would his anger become greater when he was being asked questions that he couldn't answer?
I wouldn't say anger. I would say more agitated, like aggravated.
Mm-hmm. Would he get angry and raise his voice, though?
Yes.
Okay. And would that sometimes happen, like, explosively?
Oh, what is that?
Well, I mean, like, all of a sudden he'd get angry,
yes.
Right? And that would happen under circumstances in which he couldn't answer questions about things that had happened.
Yes.
His memory issues.
Yes.
And that would often start a fight.
Yes.
And it wouldn't just be your mom yelling. It would be both of them yelling, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I want to talk about a particular event. Do you remember an event regarding a Netflix icon with an
Yes,
upside down
I do.
flag and your father's reaction to that?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain that situation to the jury?
So I came home and you can change the Netflix profile pictures, and I saw an upside down American flag, and I didn't know what that meant. So at the time, my brother was going to join the Air Force, so I thought it would be nice to put an American flag as his Netflix profile. And one night, me and my mom came home we went to a Fenway game, a Red Sox game, and we came home, and my dad immediately started yelling, saying, "Who did that? Who changed it? Do you know what this means?" And I didn't know what it meant. And he was very, very upset and very mad about it and started yelling. And then my mom tried to calm him down from yelling at me about it. But yeah, that triggered him a lot and upset him, but I didn't know what it meant.
Mm-hmm. And when he would be triggered, this would be the way that he would react?
Yes.
He would react by getting loud and angry?
Yes.
Counsel, it's a little bit after the 1 o'clock hour. Is that a good place to stop?
Sure.
All right. Jurors, I'm going to send you off for your lunch now, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Or I have one other matter that I think I have to handle at 2 o'clock, so it might be 2:05.
Court are asked for jurors to station notebooks on the chair.
All right, you can come back at 2:10. I have a
Okay.
short list at 2 o'clock, but it should be done based on what I looked at, so.
We'll be here early anyways.
Yeah. Be back at 2:05 just in case, but you probably will be waiting until 2:10.
I have the reference of what we were talking about earlier, if you'd like me to.
Yes, if you can copy it and send it back. Or send it back. Thank you.
Your Honor, just for the record, I think we each made a transcript of the same thing. So,
So you each have competing transcripts of, anybody that isn't talking can be seated. You can stand too, if you like, but you have competing transcripts of the interview?
yes.
Are the competing transcripts material to the issue that we were discussing?
I'm not sure, but I think that's fine if, obviously, if Your Honor wants to look at that, we could provide you with a copy of our corresponding transcript, but also we would like to be heard just as to the context of that information as it relates to this issue.
All right, I'll do all that when we get back on the.
Thank you.
After 2 o'clock, thank you.
Court, all rise.
It's page 6.
Court stands at recess.
Do you guys need a copy of that?
One sec. that this defendant paints the narrative that she wanted others to believe as to what she said the victim had, what she felt the victim's issues were or shortcomings were.
Well, it seems like to me that that would be the proper basis for your redress,
Yes.
but not an independent reason for me to exclude it.
And we're not seeking per se for you to exclude it, we're just saying, in terms of what we would object about, it before is a proper foundation to be laid as to how she viewed these things.
I understood. There's not the same foundational requirements for cross-examination as there are for direct examination. The statement that was made across the sidebar, and I'm not going to let them off the hook with this, was that I didn't have a good faith basis for asking the question.
No, I don't think that.
No, that was
I thought I am.
Yeah, you said it as well.
I am.
But that was a little bit more forgivable under the circumstances because you didn't have access to the transcript for quite as long as the Commonwealth did. But when
I didn't have the transcript.
exactly that slight period, not at all. Whereas the Commonwealth had this transcript, well, it's had the tapes that were the basis of the transcript for longer than I had. So the statement was made when I said it was in the transcript. They looked shocked and they said they did not believe that it was. I do not believe that in order to do a cross-examination, that what the case law says that I need a good faith basis for is I need to be able to source every single thing to a transcript. But
I didn't suggest that, counsel,
Okay.
but I will say to you, when I said it at the side of the bar, that I think that that is something, we all judges, just like everybody else, have pet peeves about the rules of evidence. And one of my pet peeves is that particular rule of evidence. It's in section 611. Take a look at it, take a look at the notes. It's B. It says there must be a reasonable and good faith basis for questions on cross-examination. And there's a lot of law that is quite interesting, actually, that's emanated out of that. Most of that law has been from the other side.
Right.
The prosecution cross-examining defendants and what the permissible scope of that is, but it applies equally to both sides. And when I ask you that, you should take no offense. It's my lack of knowledge of the case that is, but don't take that, and I don't think you did. I hope you did. Take it personally. I'm going to equally say that to both sides of you all the time because I don't know what it is. And you're right, it doesn't even have to be admissible evidence. That's the good faith basis. But there are some strictures, and sometimes, frankly, when I ask that question, they come over and they look at me like I have 10 heads, and there isn't, and they withdraw the question. So I'm just trying to lay down early in the trial sort of what my concerns are.
Right.
And
No,
don't take any offense to it.
I don't think any of us support this position. I understand what it's based on. I do want to say that a prosecutor cross-examining a defendant who has not made a statement, there may be larger areas in which there could be no good faith basis as opposed to myself or a defense attorney who's had constant access to someone who has connection to a family and might know things through their client and a number of other things. I just point that out. I'm not trying to say anything about the court. I do, however, point out that the objection that was made by the Commonwealth, perhaps spurred by Your Honor, who came at it from a knowledge deficit, was that there was nothing that I could have pointed to that was the basis of that.
Just, if I could just very briefly respond, since it seems as though something was taken personally, and my apologies. My comment at sidebar, you never heard me say he does not have a good faith basis. Those words did not come out of my mouth. What I said was, I don't believe the transcript indicated 2008, 2009, or 2018 that he was doing both these things at the same time. And that is accurate.
All right. I think we've exhausted this issue.
I think so,
And
too.
I'm going to move on from that issue. And honestly, the reason I called you the first time is I thought I heard 2009, and I thought she'd be a child, a young child at that point, what would she know? All right. I want to, well, I can hold that to the end of the day.
Your Honor, just while we have a moment, may we just come up to sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you.
turned over in the course of his exploratory requirements, though that's a nuance we were unaware of that information. So I guess we need to look at both things. Are there more segments like that that should be made aware of for purposes of preparation, and are we at this now contributing material to some other line of questioning of witness, for instance, is now listed defense counsel for the witness. That's where there are no
Are we at C?
C.
D. Thank you so much.
For identification.
All right, all set?
Okay, I'd just like to remind you that you remain under oath. Thank you.
Court, all rise to re-entering. This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we just finished talking, you had mentioned the fact that in 2018, your father had been prescribed Adderall.
Yes.
And he was using Adderall and drinking at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't the only thing that he was prescribed at that time, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware if after 2018 he was prescribed any medication?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time he was in counseling and he was in therapy?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about on January 28th about what was asked about the phone by the Commonwealth on direct examination. Do you remember they asked you those questions a minute ago? That at some point your mom asked you to go get a phone?
Yes.
That was right after you had been talking to 911, or while you were still talking to 911, right?
Yes.
And you had just announced, hadn't you, that the ambulance was on its way?
Yes.
And the police were on the way?
Yes.
And the person on the other end had said essentially the ambulance and the police are on the way?
Yes.
And so everybody, or at least your understanding at that time, was that you were about to leave the house?
Not leave the house. My understanding was they were coming. They were on the way to the house.
And that would have been the ambulance?
Yes.
And the ambulance you thought at that time was going to bring your father to the hospital?
Yes.
And if you were going to follow your father to the hospital, you guys would be leaving the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned on direct examination that you didn't see any injuries on your mom when you came downstairs.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your prime focus at that point was just calling 911?
Yes, I would.
And making sure your dad was okay?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to really do a thorough examination of your mother to determine if she had any injuries?
No.
Okay. You were mainly concerned with just making sure somebody was able to get to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned on cross-examination once seeing some injuries on your father near his lip.
Yes.
And you think that that could have been as long as 2 years before your dad's passing?
Yes.
So just so we're clear, like 2 years would have been beginning of 2018. So it would have been after that, correct?
Yes.
Would it have been sometime in early 2019, do you think?
Yes.
Okay, and at that time, when you saw that bruise, was Katrina Angel's girlfriend living at the house at that time?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But that's the only time you remember seeing a bruise on your father's face,
yes.
correct? And from 2018 all the way up until your father's passing, you were seeing your dad like practically every day, right?
Yes.
For several hours a day.
Yes.
Right. And that one incident that you mentioned was the only one you remember?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on direct examination, you had mentioned that you had a really great relationship with your dad.
Yeah.
What was your relationship like with your mom?
We were very close. We had so many similar, and when I did Zumba with her, so we just connected on a lot.
And other than Zumba, did you guys do other things together?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were really close with both your parents, right?
Yes, I was.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. Hi again.
Hi.
When defense counsel asked you, Sophia, about when you were told about the affair, you had initially, and correct me if I'm wrong, stated that they both told you about the affair together. Is that right?
Yes.
So when defense counsel said a few times that it was your father telling you about the affair, it was both your parents together?
They were both together in the same room, but my dad said it.
He verbally talked about it?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that during the times that your dad was drinking, you were a fairly younger child, 12, 13, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you know, had you been around people who drank a lot?
No, not really.
And, in using, let's say, the term alcoholic, did you know that terminology back then on your own based on some research you've done or books you'd read? Or
no, not as a kid.
Fair to say that you learned a lot about what your dad was dealing with from your mother, right?
Not all, but yes, some.
So some, like what kinds of things would she say to you about him?
Like...
Actually, let me ask you a different question. So fair to say it was a combination of different factors, your own observations, and your mother was telling you things, correct?
Yeah.
And when, prior to learning about the affair, your mother hadn't told you anything about your dad drinking too much, correct?
Well, we talked about it, but she didn't tell me fully.
But it became spoken about more often after you learned about the affair. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when defense counsel was asking you about how your dad would react or respond when your mother would be asking him questions, and that would kind of be how an argument started. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that when you indicated your father wouldn't remember things, that primarily had to do with dates involved in the affair and details regarding the affair?
Yes.
Because certainly he had a full-time job at this time of his periodic lapses in memory, correct?
Yes.
He remembered to get up every morning, go to work on time, correct?
Yes.
As far as you know?
Yeah.
He drove a car, right? So he remembered the rules of the road, right?
Yes.
He also remembered to come home every night, correct?
Yes.
So his memory wasn't that bad generally, just primarily about the details of the affair that he kept being asked about by your mother, correct?
It was periods of times.
And with regard to AA, fair to say that if you know, it was your mom and you actually went to the first softball game that AA had, right?
Yes.
And your father wasn't even with you?
No.
And then thereafter, if you know, your mom went to all of the AA meetings with your dad?
Yes, she did.
In fact, during the same time period, is it fair to say your mom went with your dad pretty much everywhere except for work?
Yes.
She didn't let him out of her sight, correct?
I wouldn't say that, but yes.
Are you aware whether or not she had some control over his cell phone?
No, I was not aware.
Or his social media?
I don't recall that.
Fair to say your mom, during the time period after the affair, had a very difficult time coping with and accepting what your dad had done.
Yes.
And her personality changed in a lot of ways in terms of what she did or didn't do compared to before then, correct?
Correct.
She spent a lot of time in her room.
Yes.
She still taught Zumba though, right?
Yes.
Speaking of that, for anyone who doesn't know, and you indicated you did it with her, that involves 2 green sticks or 2 sticks, correct? That you're pounding on the ground, pounding in the air, right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's pound. Sorry. Zumba, I apologize. You're using, it's full on dancing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom actually had a Zumba, like kind of a little studio in the house?
Yes.
And in that room were weights, right? It was kind of her workout room?
Yes.
And she was in great shape, correct?
Yes.
Fitness was important. It was kind of her livelihood, right?
Yeah.
Are we beyond the scope of cross?
You are.
In flight?
Sustained.
And defense counsel asked you many questions about your dad's drinking. I just want to be sure I understand. After the affair, for the next 2.5 years up until his death, fair to say you never saw him drink again, correct?
No.
And defense counsel asked you about a change in your father's job after 2019. Do you remember that? And that was because your mom made him stop working at one of the 2 places he was working at with his friends, correct?
No.
You're unaware of that, or you know something differently?
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. And defense counsel was asking you about your mother's panic attack immediately when she called your name on January 28th, 2021. And you were describing what it kind of looked like, her panic attack. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And that she was difficult maybe to understand at times. Is that right?
Yes.
But you heard her clearly yell for you when you were upstairs, right?
Yes.
And then you heard her clearly say, call 911, correct?
Yes.
And then you also heard her clearly tell you to go upstairs and get her cell phone, right?
Yes.
None of that was unclear, right?
No.
Okay. And you described an incident involving Netflix and an upside down flag, and that making your father angry and upset. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Fair to say that was not anger at your mother, correct?
It was anger at me.
Right, because he felt you were disrespecting the flag, right?
Yes.
And he had served in the Army?
Yes.
Okay. You've never seen him be physically violent with anyone in your family, correct?
No.
And in terms of, do you know what the word instigated means? Or to instigate something?
Yes.
Who out of your parents would instigate most fights?
My mom.
And in terms of your father's purported alcohol issues, predating this by a couple of years, the events of January 28th, did you ever observe your father pass out behind the wheel of the car? Did you ever come home from a friend's house and see your dad pass out on the floor surrounded by throw up?
No.
Did you ever see him fall down and hit his head because he was so drunk?
Not hit his head, but I've seen him fall down.
You saw him fall?
Yeah.
It was unsteady from drinking?
Yes.
How many, often?
No, I've seen it one
time?
time.
And again, at the for 2.5 years before his death, he no longer drank, correct? And you mentioned that your father was on Adderall, and that's for ADHD, correct? If you know?
I do not know.
And fair to say your mother was on a number of medications besides the medication you fed to her on the night your dad died, correct?
I don't recall how many she was on.
Do you know if she was on multiple medications?
I knew she was on multiple, but I didn't know how much.
One moment, please. One last question, I'm sorry. With regard to injuries and your ability to observe your mother on this particular night, once the police and first responders were there and you indicated your mom had an opportunity to calm down, is it fair to say that kind of calmed you down as well?
Yes.
And everything got a little bit calmer, right, in general?
Yes.
At that point, you had the ability to make observations of your mother, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any injuries about her face or her body, correct?
No, I did not.
Nothing further.
Recross.
You said a moment ago that when your father was brought out to the ambulance, you went out the side door, didn't you?
Yes.
And you were out at the side door when the police arrived as well.
Yes.
And so when your mother took the medication right after you gave it to him, you went outside.
Yes.
So you weren't around to do like an inspection of your mother at that time, right?
No, I was not.
So some questions were asked a moment ago about whether you have any training in addiction when you were 14 years old. And you said you didn't, right?
Yeah.
But you did have concerns about your dad's drinking on your own and independent of your mother, right?
Yes.
You would notice how many cases of beer would be stacked up again and again over in that room where he would drink, right?
Yes.
And you actually said to him when you were, I'll give up candy if you give up drinking, right?
Yes, I did.
And it was a topic of conversation within the household and outside the household, his drinking.
Yes.
And again, he said he was an alcoholic, right?
Yes, he did.
He would go to AA meetings. And you said a moment ago that your mother would go to them with him, right?
Yes.
But your dad also did commitments, right?
Yes.
Where he would go to other meetings and he would talk about his experience with alcoholism.
Yes.
And that wasn't a speech that was written by your mother, right?
Yes.
It was written by your dad, right?
Yes.
And your mother wouldn't go to all those commitment meetings, right?
Yes.
And of course, your father also went to a men's group, which for AA, and your mother didn't go to that, right?
Yes, correct.
Right? And of course, he actually did, as the DA said, remain sober.
Yes, he did.
And he appeared to struggle with that for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he still appeared sober.
Yes.
So if this was some sort of a con about him having an alcohol problem, it was quite a long con. He was doing all the steps too.
Yeah, he was.
You can have it.
You said that after your father's affair, your mother was sad, right?
Yes.
And the DA the government just tried to suggest that she was in her room all the time, right?
Yes.
She was a Zumba instructor, correct?
Yes.
And in her room is where she did her Zumba classes, right?
Yes.
So she was running a business out of that room.
Yes.
So it wasn't all that strange that she was spending a lot of time in her room, right?
No.
This wasn't like someone who was so depressed they couldn't get out of bed and was wearing pajamas all the time, right?
No.
They were doing that aggressive cardio dancing, right?
Yes.
And she was running classes, right?
Yes.
And part of running classes is to make other people within the class feel motivated to do the class.
Yes.
And she was able to do all those things, right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned during redirect that your father had a job the whole time and seemed to be able to go to work, right?
Yes.
He seemed to be able to drive his car at that time, right? And that seems somewhat inconsistent with his statements that he had broad-based amnesia for a period of several months.
Yeah.
And wasn't that what the DA just pointed out?
Yes.
A big topic of conversation that was what the arguments were about?
Yes.
Because on one hand, your father would say, I don't remember anything for 8 months in 2018. And then later he'd say, things that made it clear that he did have memories from 2018, correct?
Yes.
And this would just be a constant question of what is it? Is this a neurological issue, right? Or is this just some sort of a lie, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't just your mother that was involved in this dialectic. It was the whole family, right?
Yes, it was.
Right. Now, you said on redirect that you never saw your father be violent with your mom, right?
Correct.
You never saw your mom be violent with your dad, did you?
No, I did not.
Right. That event with the bruise on his face, you weren't home when that happened.
No.
You came home and you saw it.
Yes.
And you didn't know if there was an argument before that. Maybe you heard about that from somebody, but you didn't know directly, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Angel Richie.
Yes, sir. Please, raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that should be to the court and the jury in the matter now comes from the Commonwealth and defendant bar to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God? Yes. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Could you please tell us your first and last name?
Angel and Richie,
And how old are you?
27,
Where do you live?
Marshfield,
And what's your address there in Marshfield?
679 Marine Street,
How long have you lived at that address?
17 years.
And who do you currently live at that address with?
I was Sophia. Me and her have a little situation right now, but we are living together partially. We just have a separation right now.
Okay.
The house.
So do you both physically still live in the same house?
We still have stuff at the house, yeah. We both live in quarters at the house, yeah.
Okay. And do you work?
Currently, no. I got lost my job February of this year.
Of this year? What
Yeah.
did you do before you lost your job?
Custodian work.
Where did you work as a custodian?
Hingham, public schools. Do you need a specific school or?
No.
Okay.
How long did you hold that job with the Hingham Public School?
Like 3 years, something like that.
Okay. Going back to January of 2021, did you live at 679 Marine Street?
Yeah. Yes.
So when I say live there, you have like a bedroom there. A lot of your belongings are there, correct?
Yes.
Would you necessarily stay there every night?
When I was working at the job, yes.
Okay. And so after January 28th of 2021, did you live somewhere else for a period of time other than Marshfield?
Yeah.
Where'd you live?
I was back and forth between houses between my girlfriend and I, or during the time my ex-girlfriend. That would have been like Whitman Hanson, and then my house, and then very rarely would be her like grandmother's or something like that.
Okay. And after specifically January 28th, when something happened at your house, did you go and live with another family member for a couple months?
My grandfather's.
And then eventually you were able to move back to Marine Street.
Yeah.
And where was your bedroom in the Marine Street house?
Basement.
And prior to January 28th of 2021, who else lived in the house at Marine Street?
Is it prior? So beforehand?
Yes.
Me, my sister, dad, and mom.
Okay. And if it's okay, I want to talk about those people that you just mentioned,
Okay.
your sister, your mom, and your dad. Who's your mom? What's her name?
Christine Ricci / Sanchez.
And do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just tell us something that she's wearing, like a color of a piece of clothing she's wearing?
Blazer. Beige blazer.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2021, did your mom work?
I believe so. It would have been online Zumba, I believe.
Okay. And other than kind of doing Zumba, did you know her to have any other jobs outside the house, or was she primarily kind of at home?
Most part at home.
Did you know if she was engaged in any classes during that time period?
School, I believe so. Yeah.
And would that be college or high school?
Yes. College.
And do you know what she was studying at that time?
Psychology would have been would be my best guess.
And you also mentioned that during that time period, your father was living in the home.
Yeah.
Who was your father?
Michael Joseph Richie.
And is that your biological father?
No,
When did you come to know Michael?
my whole life.
Your whole life?
Yeah.
And at some point, did he become your father legally?
2004.
And so in 2004, did Michael legally adopt you?
Yes.
And is that when you took the Richie name?
Yes.
And so what did you call him? What did you call Michael?
I've always called him Dad.
Always Dad?
Yeah.
And did you know what Michael did for a living?
Firefighter. And then part-time he at the fire sprinkler company stuff. So whatever that entitles.
Okay. And did he work with a particular person that you and your family knew at the fire sprinkler company?
One of them, Mark McDonald, would have been his higher up.
Okay. Is that somebody that you knew as a family friend?
Yeah, we would have referred him as uncle through my father, yeah.
And your father passed away, correct?
Yeah.
And when was that he passed away?
January either 27th or 28th, 21.
Do you know how old he was when he passed away?
$57? I can't remember.
You also mentioned at that time in January of 2021, your sister was living in the home, right? What's your sister's name?
Sophia,
And how old is she?
20.
And do you have any other siblings?
Michael, little Michael.
Little Michael. And so fair to say he's a junior.
Yeah.
And is that what you and the family call him, as Little Michael?
Yeah.
Now, in January of 2021, was Michael Jr. living in the home on Marine Street?
That month?
Yes.
No.
Do you know when Michael stopped living at the house on Marine Street, when he moved out?
I can't give you the exact date, but I can say before, like there was at least 2 years before my father's passing.
Okay, so 2 years before 2021, you think he moved out?
Yeah.
And at the time in January of 2021, did Michael still have a room at the Marine Street house with like where his belongings would be, or he could sleep if he stayed?
No. My parents were working things out with him to try to like grab what he needs when he left. And then the rest was just kind of like, it's whatever.
Did he have a bedroom there growing up?
Yeah. So he had it growing up, but my mom eventually turned it into like her own like personal workout zone once he moved out officially.
Okay. Now, can you tell us a little bit about your parents' relationship back in 2018? What was their relationship like?
Exactly 2018 or?
Around that time period. Well, maybe I can ask you a different question if that's...
Yeah, I mean, like I would need like a...
Sure. So growing up, did your parents appear to have a good relationship in your eyes as a child?
Most part, yeah.
Okay. At some point as you got older and became an adult, did you see their relationship change?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously, yeah.
Was there any particular event that you can recall in your parents' marriage where you started to see that change?
The affair.
Okay, and when you say the affair, what do you mean?
My mom finding out that my father cheated on her.
And did you learn that from both your mother and your father, that had been what happened?
Just through arguments and stuff, yeah.
And so when your mother learned about the affair, did you notice changes in her demeanor on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah.
What kinds of things did you notice changed?
Secluded. Like angry, I guess, like just like at just the situation she was in, and confused too at the same time.
Okay. So would you hear her yell a lot more than you had heard her yell in the past?
Yeah, I mean those past 3 years to his final day was like abnormal as it could come, you know, like the fights were just ongoing, you know, so that wasn't normal having that many fights, and then on top of it that long of a period of time fights are going on. That wasn't normal at all.
Okay. And would you be around hearing and seeing these fights?
Yeah, without even me like having a point. Like if I was in the basement, there was no getting away from it. So I was just, I could hear the muffles and stuff and loudness, and it's just, yeah.
Okay. And would you hear both your mom and your dad's voices during those arguments?
Yeah.
Would there be any one voice that you'd hear more than the other in those arguments?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can answer it if he knows.
I can't necessarily say because there'd be times where one would overtake the other, and so it's.
Okay. Anything else that you observed about the changes in your mom's demeanor, or how she would behave around the house after she learned of the affair?
I think she just wanted the truth. Like that, she was just persistent. She was persistent about getting the truth.
Okay. What about the house itself? Prior to her learning of the affair, what was the kind of state of your house? Was it always neat and tidy, or?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
Relevance.
Overruled.
So was the house kind of neat and tidy before?
It got to a point where like it seemed like my father was picking up the slack.
So would you see your dad kind of pick everything up?
Right. Well, so she would do what she could, but then like the whole house was affected, like in depression wise and everything. So like it's kind of hard for a lot of us to do stuff. So when he come back from work or whatever, he do what he can.
Now, kind of jumping forward for a moment to the weeks prior to your dad's death, did you notice changes in his demeanor at that time?
Yeah. Thank you.
What did you notice about your dad's demeanor?
He was the same way kind of too, but like he was isolated before all the arguments and stuff. But it kind of seemed like he was trying to really either deal with what was going on or try to fix it. I saw like a lot of separation going on during the time, but then when they were together, it was either like very rarely it would have been like towards the end would have been the bonding experience was very like limited over the fighting, if that makes sense. So like the arguments would just overtakes what the good memory would have been if the argument wasn't in place, if that makes sense.
And is that something you observed between your parents?
Yeah.
Now, how about your relationship with your dad? Did you see some changes with your relationship with your dad in the few weeks?
Until he got sober.
What do you mean until he got sober?
Once he started getting sober is when I was able to like. My whole life I had a fear of my dad. So.
And did that change when he got sober? Is that a yes? You just have to answer out loud.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. And so did you find yourself coming closer with him at that time when he was sober?
Yeah, we were talking more.
Now, in the weeks prior to his death, did you still hear and see fighting in the household?
Following up?
Yeah, leading up.
Yeah.
And did you see kind of your father either after a fight happened or kind of in the midst of one, what he would do during those fights?
Smoke.
And where would he do that?
Side door. So if there's only two doors we enter from the house, front door, side door.
Okay, but would it be inside or outside the house?
Outside.
And so where would your mom be when he would be outside smoking a cigarette?
If she wasn't out there with him, in the house somewhere. I mean, mostly in her room, just trying to stay away from it, you know?
When you would hear, excuse me, the fighting between your mom and dad, could you hear what they were fighting about?
I mean, like when I would have to, like just like a passing ear, and it'd just be like the same same broken record type of situation. Just a whole lot of just trying to figure things out. It's what it sounded like, you know.
And when you say trying to figure things out, was there any particular thing that your parents were trying to figure?
The affair.
You mentioned your dad getting sober. Do you remember when that happened, that he stopped drinking?
I know he had his 1 year chip, I believe. Possibly 2 years, I'm not sure.
Okay. When he would drink, what would he drink?
I mean, depends, but majority probably would be Bud Light.
And what were your observations of him when he would be drinking?
Didn't want to be messed with.
Okay. So does that mean he would be by himself?
Majority of the times. Yeah.
Okay. And would he do it in the house or someplace else?
Inside the house, and if he had to go outside, there'd be some stash somewhere for him to drink on. So.
Did you see a change in his interaction with the family when he became sober?
Yeah. He was like a lot more open It felt like, or seemed like. But like, it seemed like his anger wasn't as bad as before.
At any point, Angel, did you see these arguments with your mom and dad, or hear the arguments with your mom and dad become more than just a verbal yelling back and forth?
Like through any of them, or just like, what do you?
Well, from the period of time from 2018, after your family learned about the affair, till up until the time of his death in January of 2021, did you ever see anything physical between the two of them?
Restate my objection, Your Honor.
I know your objection for the record.
Can I still answer?
Yeah, just a yes or no.
Could you repeat the question?
Between 2018, after the family was aware of the affair, up until January of 2021, when your father passed away, did you see any physical interactions between the two of them?
I don't think so. Not in that time period. Maybe beforehand, but.
If we may approach sidebar briefly.
Yes. So jurors, from time to time, I will give you mid-trial instructions, and this is the first time that I'm doing that. Let's see if I can get rid of this. I'll wait and do that one. Later day. You are about to hear evidence concerning certain encounters that are alleged to have occurred involving the defendant. It may include involving the defendant in her home, and that this witness, I believe, observed before the incidents which are the subject of the allegations in this case. This evidence is introduced to show a nature of the relationship between the defendant and the complaining witness, not the complaining witness, but here the victim, and insofar as it might bear on the issue of possible motive and the defendant's intent in this case. Like all evidence, it's up to you to decide whether you believe it or you do not, and to decide what weight that evidence should be given. This evidence is not introduced to show that the defendant had a bad character or a propensity to commit crimes, violent acts. You may not consider the evidence for those purposes. The defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than the charges contained in the two indictments that I told you about earlier in the day. You may not consider this conduct as a substitution for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged, nor may you consider it as proof that the defendant has a criminal propensity or a bad character. You may consider such evidence solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind, motive, and intent with respect to the indictments in this case. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these other acts, that she was more likely to have committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You may proceed.
Thank you. Angel, do you recall any particular incidents or arguments between your mom and dad where there was a concern about a weapon that was being used or that was furnished at some point?
Towards each other? Or?
Well, just in terms of an argument ensuing and a weapon or an instrument.
There was, I mean, the quote that gets thrown around with me stopping my mother from poking herself with a knife.
So if I can just kind of maybe ask you a little bit more about that incident, but so we're talking about the same incident. Do you know about when that incident happened that you observed your mom with a knife?
Yeah. Do you want me to elaborate? Or
If you can recall about when that occurred.
I came home from work. I can't remember if I got called out early or if it was just right when I got out. My brother got in a fight with my parents, I guess. I came home early, or like I said, right on time or something. But came home, went upstairs. They're in their room. Things are broken. I asked what's going on. It was, once again, the affair was the situation of, well, what got brought up to me. And then I shared my 2 cents, like, excuse my...
Can we be a little bit careful here?
Yes. Can we have a new question? The question that the witness is now answering has not been answered. Why don't we go back to when?
Well, I was leading up to the when.
There's no question before you, sir, right now, Madam Prosecutor.
Okay.
When?
Let me just ask you a few more questions, okay, and maybe a little bit of a different way. As far as the time frame, what time of year this was, or in what year? Do you remember when that was?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you came home and Michael was in the home.
Which one?
Michael Jr., I'm sorry. Little Michael.
Wasn't at the home. No.
Okay, so when you came home, he wasn't at the home?
No.
Who was at the home when you came home?
My dad and father. Oh, dad and mom.
Okay. And were they arguing at that time?
It seemed like, I mean, things were broken, and I walk in the room and it's just just like deer caught in headlights type of situation. But they were just face to face to each other, and then I walk in the room and eyes on me. And then I ask what happened.
And you made observations of the room or the area or the house when you came home, right? Where you saw the broken mirror?
Like, yeah.
Okay. And so what happened next when you saw your parents in the room and kind of things broken?
Conversation goes south.
Who's having the conversation? You and your parents?
Yeah, like all three of us.
Okay. And so without saying what the conversation was, what happened next as far as what people did?
So I noticed my mom got like kind of hysterical in a way. And I worried. And during the time too, she was going through her situation with I'm going to call it the affairist, or the person who he did the affair with.
Okay.
So my concern was stop her before she does something like that again, right? So she goes downstairs, like hysterical. I worry, follow her. Next thing I know, she grabs the kitchen knife next to the sink and Japanese like style, like about to plunge herself with it. And
just sorry to stop you, but for purposes of the record, because you're gesturing, and we're recording and creating a record of everything. When you say Japanese style, and you kind of
suicide.
But as far as what you were gesturing she did, you had your hands together and you were gesturing towards your stomach. Did she have something in her hands at that time?
Like a steak knife, like the ones you'd cut like an onion with or something, you know, like those.
I'm sorry.
Good. Good.
Yeah,
Good?
thank you.
All right. Yeah, can I draw it out?
Well, is it like a knife you cut a steak with, or a knife with a bigger blade?
Bigger blade.
Okay.
Not a butcher knife, but big blade.
Okay. And so when you saw her do this with the knife to herself, where was your dad?
Pretty much following me. Like
In the kitchen as well?
After I called him in, yeah.
And so what did you and your father do when you saw your mom make that gesture?
I grabbed the knife, stopping her from hurting herself, and then I called my dad over to help me, screaming. Like,
Were the two of you able to get the knife away?
yeah.
And what was your mom's demeanor during that time period? How was she behaving?
Frantic.
And what was your dad's demeanor? What was he doing?
Just trying to do what he did every day, just deal with it. I mean.
And just to kind of circle back to when this might have happened, do you remember if Michael Jr., little Michael, was living in the house at that time, or is it some point after he moved out where this incident happened?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember, so you mentioned a girlfriend a little while ago,
Yeah.
or an ex-girlfriend. What's your ex-girlfriend's name?
Katrina.
And did Katrina live with your family for a period of time during the time period we're talking about?
Yeah.
Was Katrina living in the home at the time that this incident happened?
That's the trouble I have remembering if we were at her house during the time or if we're at my house during the time. That's the only issue I have with all this going on.
But would she often stay with you?
She would, yeah. If we were going to go anywhere, it would have been either there at her house or my house. But yeah, she would.
Okay. And now I'd just like to kind of go back to January 28th of 2021. Okay. Were you at home all day that day, or were you doing something else?
Work.
Do you remember what hours you were working around that time period?
Through references, I believe it was 2 to 10 or 2:30 to 10. But,
and fair to say, in your job as a custodian at that time period, sometimes your schedule varied.
yes.
So sometimes would you work the day shift?
Yeah.
More like a 9 to 5?
Yeah. So depending on when Sophia was going to the DCF stage and stuff like that, I was trying to change my work schedule around. So the day before my father passed, I got the permanent position taking the next retire custodian that was leaving the school. And then the day after he passes, and then.
So when you took that more permanent position,
Yep.
What did your hours change?
Yeah.
What were your hours? Well,
Or after.
around that time period, what were they?
So that's like I was the sanitizing group after starting at first. It was during the COVID. So I think they would bring me in like super early in the morning, or at least after like the first period of class or whatever of their school schedule. And then that would go till like 2 or something. And then I got the chance to fill in one of the substitute custodians they had. And then that was the leading point to me getting the permanent. But that substitute hours was like till 5 or something like that.
Okay. So on January 28th, 2021, the day that your dad passed, were you home when the incident occurred?
No.
Where were you?
Work.
And at some point while you were at work, did you get a call?
Yes.
Who called you?
My mom.
And what did she tell you when she called you? If you can.
Actually, I think I missed the call, and I got the text message. So all I remember, I woke up because I was taking my break. Woke up to the text message, like you had the ding, and then I'm not sure if it was a missed call that was right before, or if I got called after, and then later on that night too, I also got a phone call at the police station, I think, or something like that.
Okay. As far as the text goes, during that time period in January 2021, you got a text, so you obviously had a cell phone, right? Do you know what your number was then, or your phone number?
781-588-1637.
Is that the same number you use today, or?
No.
Okay. In your phone, your cell phone, did you have a contact saved for your mom?
Would have been like Mama Bear or something like that.
Okay. And so when you received that text on that day, were you able to confirm that it was from your mom based on the contact?
Yeah, I mean, like she said, Dad's hurt, so.
Okay. Now, as far as the text communication with your mom that particular night, was that the only text you got from her?
No, I think there were a few more.
And from the text message, what did you learn from your mom?
He's hurt, or my father's hurt. My sister's getting taken away somewhere, and I need to go there.
Go where?
The hospital.
And so when you learned that you had to go to the hospital, what did you do?
When I got to the hospital?
Well, when you learned from the text that your dad was hurt,
Yeah.
what did you do at work?
Ran inside because I'm just like, what the hell? Like, I didn't know what the hell to do, to leave or just stay. So I talked to my supervisor, and so I got to go to the hospital. My father's in the hospital, and he just didn't even question it and just said go. And then I went into action to go see him.
And so which hospital did you end up going to?
Weymouth, South Shore.
When you got to the hospital, was anyone else in your family there?
I think Michael showed up after. Hello, Michael.
Was Sophia, did you see Sophia at the hospital?
I believe so. I saw Sophia when I believe we had family members around us too, and Michael was around there too when we had to break it down that our father passed away.
And were you able to see your father before he passed away?
Before, yes.
Was he responsive? Was he able to talk to you?
Oh, you mean like at the hospital?
Yes.
Oh, no. I wasn't able to see anything until the open casket.
On that night, did you talk to your mom again after going to the hospital?
Yes, that would have been at the police station.
Did she tell you anything about what happened that night with your dad? Other than what you learned in the text?
I can't remember that far. I mean, that was a crazy night too on top of it also, like, and then they were questioning me about stuff, so I don't know.
Now, as far as your phone went on that particular or around that night, do you remember talking to police about the text message that you told us about you got from your mom?
You want to repeat that for me one more time? Sorry.
Yes, let me reword the whole question.
Yeah.
On that particular night, do you remember talking to the police about the text message that you got from your mom earlier that took you to the hospital?
They had me and Michael sign a waiver for them to check messages between the parent or us and our parents or whatever.
Okay. And so you're aware the police were able to go into your phone and find the message you're referring to, correct?
I believe so. Yeah. They said it was only to.
It's okay.
Yeah.
And I'll ask you another question,
it.
okay?
Yeah.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you 2 pages. If you could just take a look at what's contained on those.
Okay.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the text exchanges between you and your mom that night of January 28, 2021?
Yes, that's it. So, 20. Yeah.
Thank you. I would move to admit this as the next exhibit, please.
Is there objection?
You see the second page one time. You need this one too?
Like these 2?
These last 2.
I'm guessing we have 4.
Yes. The whole exchange.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be marked and admitted as Exhibit 4, the text, 2 pages of text messages. Counsel, I'll tell you that the last trial we had the same problem, so you may want to go to the Elmo.
This is the Elmo. But if I approach the witness and
Yes, you may.
the message.
I thought you were trying to do it from your computer, sorry.
No.
We didn't have that problem, we had another technology problem then.
May I approach the witness again and ask him to just read the first message?
You may.
Thank you. Sorry, Angel. If you could just again look at Exhibit 4 and read the first blue bubble.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. Angel, Dad's in the hospital at South Shore. Sophia's in the way there. I'm sorry, please go there. They won't tell if he's okay. He wasn't breathing.
Thank you. And that's the message you remember getting from your mom when you were at work that night, right?
Yeah.
One moment, please. Sorry, Angel, just to go back for 1 second to something that you previously testified to. When we were talking about kind of changes in the house and keeping the house neat and tidy, I think you described that your dad picked up the slack.
Yeah, when he would come home, yeah.
So what do you mean when you say pick up the slack? What did you see him do?
Straight to work, either cooking or cleaning something out.
And was he kind of that primary person who made sure you guys all had a good meal? Did a lot of the cooking?
Just about, yeah. If I couldn't do it myself, then he'd be that person, yeah.
And did you always know him to kind of keep things neat and tidy himself?
Yeah, I don't know if he got diagnosed by it, but like people would like say his actions were like OCD wise. You know what I mean?
Did you know him to have prior military service before you kind of came into the family?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross.
Thank you. I want to start by talking a little bit about, well, let me start by saying good afternoon, Angel. How are you?
Good afternoon. Doing good.
Good to see you. I want to start by talking about the event that you mentioned a moment ago about your mother trying to poke herself. I think that's the way you described it. Now, you said that on that particular day, you don't remember exactly what day it was.
Right.
But you do remember coming home from work all of a sudden, or having to come home from work, right?
Yeah.
And the reason you came home from work was because your brother and your parents had a fight, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And the reason why your brother wasn't home when you got home was because he went to the hospital, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Right. This was the same exact day that he had broken his hand by punching the wall, your brother Michael, little Michael.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. So this, if I told you that it was June 6th of 2019, would that sound correct to you? Thereabouts?
Nice sunny leaves out, yeah. I would say so, yeah.
Right. So by the time you get to the house, Michael's already gone. He's at the hospital, right?
Yeah.
You walk upstairs and your parents are in the bedroom, right?
Yeah.
You don't actually see them fighting, right?
No.
You just heard about this because of the big blowout with little Michael, right?
Yeah.
And this would have been the last night that Michael Jr. stayed at the 679 Moraine Street home, right? He left after he broke his hand, right? He started living with your grandfather?
I can't confirm if it was his so if it wasn't the last day, it was one of the very last days.
So if I told you it was his last day, that wouldn't surprise you.
Yeah.
Right. And so you walk in, and by the time you get there, although they're like deer in headlights, as you describe them, they're not fighting when you get home, right?
No, not that I see, no.
When you go in, they're in their bedroom, right? There's a bunch of broken glass on the floor,
Yeah.
right? And your father is sort of like trying to comfort your mother, right?
Yeah, I mean,
aren't they both sitting on the ground?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he's rubbing her back?
I would say so, yeah.
And then you come in, of course, and you've heard this really crazy story from Michael Jr., right? About a fight?
It was either from him or it was from my girlfriend or ex-girlfriend during the time.
Okay. When you get home, is Katrina's not at the house when you get home, right?
No.
Right. So you come home, you go upstairs, and basically you bring a certain amount of frustration to that, and it's understandable, but you did, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of sets the ball again in motion of the emotions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She starts getting emotional, right?
Yep.
She starts crying, right? And she's hyperventilating, and she's very, very upset.
Yeah, and she tries to remove herself from the situation.
And so she walks away to get out, and your dad kind of is trying to give her some space and is a little bit behind her, but you're concerned, right?
Yeah, I was kind of like the middle ground for that situation.
And so you follow her downstairs?
Yeah.
And it's there that she grabs a knife, right?
In the kitchen, yeah.
And she holds it against her stomach.
Yeah.
As if she's about to plunge it into her own guts.
Yeah.
That's what you mean when you say the Japanese style, like harikari kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk about, I know I'm switching gears all over the place, and I apologize for this, but you mentioned that your father had a drinking problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you never had any doubts in your mind that your father had a drinking problem. You saw it firsthand, right?
Yeah.
And he was a heavy drinker.
Yeah, he would need at least an 18-pack when he'd come home or something when he was drinking.
Mm-hmm. And so even before he quit, it had occurred to you that your father was a pretty heavy drinker and he might have a problem, right?
Yeah.
And you also said there were some issues with regard to his anger during that period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And your father claimed that he was an alcoholic. He said, I'm an alcoholic, right?
When he would talk to us about, like, if there was arguments and stuff like that going on.
He self-identified as an alcoholic and went to AA. Right?
Yeah, I was going to just say, too, the AA meetings. And I'm pretty sure he had, like, a speech or two at those meetings, too, so.
I want to talk about that. Those are those commitments, right, that people in AA do where they go out and speak about their experience?
Yeah, so they can spread their, like, good energy, I guess, if you would say, to others to kind of motivate them to keep going and stuff like that.
So the idea is that an alcoholic who has gotten sober will go talk to another group of alcoholics and tell them about his struggle, right?
Yeah, to refresh that motivation for them.
And maybe tell them that they can do it too.
Yeah,
And that was a speech that your father himself wrote, right?
I believe so, yes.
It wasn't something that your mother like put words in his mouth. Or
Not that I would know, no.
And at that time, your mother would sometimes go to AA meetings with him, right?
Yes.
She didn't go to all of his AA meetings with him, did she?
That could be a possibility. I'm not sure.
Okay. But your father also did AA men's groups as well?
Like separate from the AA group itself?
Right.
I wouldn't know about that.
Okay. Your father did sober softball?
Yes.
And he participated in it?
Yes.
And he never suggested to you or to anybody that you ever saw that he wasn't happy about doing it?
No, I mean, no, because their AA buddies would have been that softball group too, you know? So, I mean.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. You mentioned the AA buddies.
Yeah.
Were those AA buddies, I mean, when somebody gets sober, oftentimes, before they get sober, they're friends. Was this the way it was with your father? That all of his friends were people that drank?
So the people he was surrounding himself with when he was getting sober weren't the same friends that he were drinking with.
Right. Before he got sober, though, those guys were largely drinking people.
Yeah.
And I'm not suggesting for one second that all of those people had drinking problems, but they were people in which
they weren't helping in a way. So,
yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. So, in other words, he had a relationship with them that was sort of built around the social aspects of drinking, right?
Yes.
And when he decided that he was going to get sober, he realized, and he would say this, wouldn't he? That he needed a new group of friends that didn't have that as a major part of their social activities, right?
Yeah, because it's kind of like a smoker is trying to stop smoking. It's like if you see someone smoke, it's going to make you want to smoke. So, like, if you see someone drink, you're going to want to drink.
Right.
And I think he would try to do, like, the water thing, but, like, I don't know if I think that was just too much pressure to even try to do.
Yeah.
Be around all that, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Can I ask you this? He used to work for this guy named Mac, who was sort of like almost like a family member of yours, right?
Yeah.
Guy you grew up with?
Yeah, he grew up. I'm not sure exactly where they.
Maybe Hyde Park?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And they knew each other for so long that you guys sort of referred to him as an uncle?
Yeah.
And your dad worked for him as well, is right?
Yes, for some time, yeah.
Yeah. And wasn't it sort of a ritual of the guys that worked for that MCC company, the company that Mac worked for, that after work they'd all go across the street, get a couple of beers?
Yes.
And that was a big part of the social group, right?
Yeah, I mean, wind down before you go home and, you know.
Have an 18-pack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the fact that he would be going to work with these guys and the ritual would be after work every time we go across the bar for a quick one, do you think that was a temptation to him, or would he express that was a temptation for him?
I would assume so from him cutting off all those people. So.
Okay. You described the neat and tidy bit that the house wasn't as neat and tidy after 2018. Is that what you said, or did I misunderstand you?
At some point, it got chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
There was some ordinance, but then there was just like we started taking more stuff than we should have. You know what I mean? Like objects like chairs and stuff like that, just big objects that just took up space, and then that stuff would get piled on with other stuff that we'd bring into the house, you know? So.
Oh, in other words, just in general.
Like hoarding, in a way.
You guys would accumulate things.
Yeah.
Somehow, and not throw away the old things? And they would accumulate?
Yes.
I see. And was that attributable to your mother, or was that just generally true of the family?
I'd say like the whole family in a way.
Okay.
We were all kind of like the same, but I don't know, like, I would say the whole family.
Thank you.
Very much.
So, also, as you mentioned a moment ago, your brother had left the house in June of 2019.
Yes. Or, yeah, before that, but around there.
Yeah. And when he left, he didn't take all of his belongings with him. He moved out and he took some belongings, but he left a lot of his belongings there, right?
He took the belongings that he saw fit and then said in shorter words that he doesn't need the rest.
Right. But for a while, wasn't that a real question? And wasn't your family sort of holding on to his old property for him to come pick up?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that stuff from his room that had been moved out when your mother made it into a Zumba room, that was all downstairs in that living room area, wasn't it?
For him to grab, if he ever did, and then eventually just went his way and then just didn't.
And some of those items still remained in that living room. They just never
in the same box. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And so also your girlfriend Katrina, who would sometimes stay there, she wouldn't always be at your house. She would be kind of in and out, depending on what was going on in your relationship.
I would say so, yeah.
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 And so when she would leave, also her stuff would get put in that living room area, wouldn't it? For her to pick up.
I wouldn't say she would leave the same room with the same area with the same idea, but it wouldn't be left there for her to just pick up it. She'd be gone with it.
In December of 2020, she leaves 679 Moraine Street permanently, correct?
September 2020?
Yes. About a month before your father's death?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And when she left, she had a bunch of her boxes, didn't she, over in the living room?
In my room.
Which then got moved to the living room area?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. So the pictures of the living room, dining room area, that's, from January 28th, 2021, all that stuff. Some of it's Michael's and some of it's Katrina's, right? Waiting for them to pick it up.
So the only problem I have is that I don't remember boxes being there for Katrina because a lot of the stuff was mixed in with mine in my room still. So I don't know if that's even true or not, but Michael's sake, those boxes were always there for him to grab and he just never did.
And then there was also the general problem with the family accumulating stuff over the years and not getting rid of the old stuff.
And then those boxes being there and then kind of like a furball that's picking up stuff as it goes.
In other words, at a certain point, it gets so big, it's hard to handle, right?
Yeah.
And when your dad would get home from work, he wouldn't try to clean up that living room area because there was just such a big job. He would do things like make dinner, right?
Yeah.
And by this point, when he was making dinner, you're
dishes and he was doing a lot of.
How old are you at this point? You're in your 20s, right?
Yeah.
Michael Jr. is in his 20s, right?
Yeah.
And Sophia at this point is 16 years old, right?
Yeah.
So all the kids are kind of grown, right?
Yeah.
Are they? You guys are probably also making your own food, aren't you, during this time?
Yeah.
Washing your own dishes, aren't you?
No. So my dad liked cooking.
Mm-hmm.
So that was his thing. I think it got to a point where he just said, leave the dishes for us. Because we were just piling it up beforehand anyways.
So your dad would tell you, you kids, don't worry about doing the dishes out there.
It was after frustration too. And then he I think he found a love for it for some reason. I don't know. But dishes, food, and if you didn't do the dishes first, then it'd be the dishes after the food. And then clothes.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big stickler about the folds and all that. So,
so when we talk about, for example, your father and the jobs that he had around the house, he would choose to cook, and he always did that, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's a firefighter, and a lot of firefighters do cook, don't they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he helped cook at the place too, a firefighter place.
Yeah.
Too.
And when you guys would sit down for family meals, it would often be your dad that cooked.
Yeah.
And those knives that were at your house, those cooking knives that you mentioned a moment, those were really your dad's knives, weren't they? He would use them for cooking. I mean, they were family knives. But.
Yeah. So yeah, for the most part, for him to use, and then whoever else was gonna cook something, But
he was the primary cook. If there was,
if there was going to be a label for any primary cook, it'd be him.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be surprising that his DNA was on those knives because he was using them all the time.
Yes.
Right. Wouldn't be surprising even that if his DNA was on the blades of the knives, because again, he was using them all the time. He was washing them.
Yes.
He was cutting with them.
Objection. It calls for speculation.
All right, sustained.
You mentioned during direct examination that one of the big things that they were fighting about was the attempt to get at the truth. And I just want to explore that with the following question. When your dad first disclosed that he had had an affair and that he had a problem of alcohol, was that about at the same time?
Could you repeat that one more time?
Did your father disclose his issue with alcohol to you and the affair at about the same time?
So the alcohol was a known thing.
Mm-hmm.
The affair was kind of just mixed into it when he just broke it down like, I have a problem now, like this, and I did this because of that problem. That's what
I want to ask you about.
Okay.
So he told you when he made this speech about
he blamed it on the alcohol. Yeah.
Blamed it on the alcohol.
Yeah.
Did he also tell you that he had broad-based sort of amnesia for a period of time during 2019? There were periods of time that he just could not remember?
Me personally, no, but overhearing conversation, yes.
This was something that the whole family knew that he was claiming, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
We mentioned a moment ago that you weren't sure if Katrina's stuff was in that living room area. And I don't want to belabor the point too much, but didn't Katrina own a big stuffed moose?
That I bought her, yes.
Yeah. And wasn't that in the living room with all of her stuff in 2021 and 2020?
That would have been in my room still, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
If anything, it would have got brought up to where the sectional is.
Mm-hmm.
And then way past everyone is when I decided to put out like the family table that's right there.
But the sectional is in one room, right? It's like one
it's right next to, so there's the flooring's different. There's wood floor and there's tile floor. On the sectional, it's the tile floor.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I believe the moose would have been.
Okay, so there's, just so I'm clear, there's one big room. It has a dining room and a living room.
Yeah.
It's one room. The only distinction between the two rooms is that they have different flooring. So you walk from one floor to the next. It's essentially one room.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now, during the time that you lived between 2018 and 2020, January of 2021, you were living at the 679 Moraine Street home. We've established that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, between if it wasn't at 679, it would have been in Whitman with my ex-girlfriend.
So there were periods of time, there were periods of breaks, but in that course of that 3-year period that we're talking about, you would have been at your mom's house for...
I could have shown up whenever I wanted, pretty much.
Right.
So.
And you would see your father during that time 3-4 times a week anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just to visit or needing something in there or talking to somebody. I mean, the phone.
Did you ever notice any injuries on him during that time?
There was always hand markings and cuts and stuff, but that was from pipe cutting and stuff like that, and
because of his work, in other words?
Yeah, so I mean, you're dealing with steel pipes and stuff, so you can inside, so.
So he'd often have cuts on his hands?
Yeah. The only noticeable thing on a face would have been his surgery, but I don't know what year or.
So there was a moment in time where your father got septum surgery?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, he had a splint on his nose, correct?
Yes.
And he had some sort of retainer inside.
Something holding it in. He wasn't able to sneeze or do certain things.
And he had some black eyes, didn't he? At that time, just close to the nose.
That could be a possibility. I'm not sure.
And does it refresh your recollection at all if I told you it was in January of 2020 that he got that surgery? Does that sound right to you? But a year before his passing?
The year before his passing?
About a full year before his passing.
Yeah, I mean, there had to have been some time because I don't remember like him being anywhere close to having that thing near his nose towards his end of his life. So.
Yeah. So that only event, that's the only bruising or marks that you ever saw on his face?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, your mother was a Zumba instructor as her primary work, correct?
Yes.
Right. She did that essentially full time, right?
Yeah. That was like Die Hard Zumba.
Yeah. And so she would do like sort of classes in her room sometimes, or in the Zumba room, the exercise room that used to be Michael Jr.'s. Right?
Yeah.
And she'd be up there essentially all the time in 2018, 2019, 2020, because that's where she taught her classes.
Yeah. So if it wasn't her room, it wasn't Michael's old room, or if it was in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. And she'd be doing a bunch of classes a day, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't her Zumba class, it was like yoga class or something like that. She was being a participant of.
Okay.
And stuff like that. So.
And she also did things like Zumba cruises that she would leave and do. And that was all during that post-2018 period.
Could have been right, yeah.
Yeah. So it wasn't like after 2018 she became moribund and never left the house. It wasn't like that at all, right? She was even headlining these
progressively, it got worse, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
She was still trying to go on the cruises, but I don't know.
So she'd go on cruises, she'd be away from home for weeks at a time doing the cruise?
For the cruise, yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
And then she'd come back and she'd do Zumba classes out of the Zumba room upstairs or her room, right?
Her kitchen, yeah.
She'd be doing yoga classes up there as well, right?
Yeah.
And she was also a student, right? She became first a part-time student, right, at Quincy College?
Yes.
And then later a full-time student?
I believe so, yes.
And was it your understanding that the reason that she went back to school was because she wanted to sort of understand what was going on with your dad, at least initially?
Yeah, if not that, then just to help the family or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know she wanted to start a group, I'm not sure exact name for it, but just something along those lines of what she was studying for.
So
like a business type of thing.
Did you ever get the impression that your mother had any doubts about your father's alcoholism? Did you ever have any of that sense?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your mother, though, seemed to be supporting your father?
Yes, for his recovery, yes.
For his recovery, and in his counseling, correct?
Yes.
And in his therapy?
Yeah, I mean, like if he would miss it, that'd be another argument, you know?
And they would go to couples therapy together, right?
Yeah.
Right. And one moment, I'm sorry. You're aware that even a year before the affair, your mother had severe joint issues, didn't she? And she would wear
arthritis.
And she would wear prostheses on her arms sometimes, on her hands.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And just so we're clear, the period of time, at least from during the period of time when the house was, as you say, was the progressive period of time where she was spending more time in the house.
Yeah.
That was during COVID, right? It was from like March 2020 till essentially just on the eve of your father's death, right?
Yeah.
And you had to leave home to go to work, right? Because you were a custodian, you had to take care of the school.
Yeah.
And your dad had to go to work because he was a necessary employee. He was a firefighter, right?
Yeah.
But basically all of America was at home during that time for most
Pretty
of the
much
time,
if you
right?
weren't essential worker, yeah.
Yeah. And again, your mother was running her businesses out of her house.
Yep. Yeah, because Zumba people who can't go out do Zumba in those gyms and stuff like that. What are you gonna do? Sit around? No, then do it on Zoom or something. You know.
Got it. Thank you. Nothing further.
No problem.
Redirect.
Angel, you were asked on cross-examination about the knife incident we discussed occurring possibly in June of 2019. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think you indicated you thought maybe it was like warmer months when it happened.
Yes.
And you described that incident occurred and that there was some sort of incident with Michael before you even got home, correct? After that particular incident, Michael no longer lived at the home with you guys, did he?
Yeah, so that's the question I have for myself is like when he officially left, because there was a lot of like him going back and forth, but like it was like to fix things or to pick things up. And then on top of it is worrying about my sister too.
Okay. And during the time between 2019 and 2020, you communicated a lot with your girlfriend at the time, Katrina.
Yeah, I mean.
And you guys texted a lot.
Yeah.
So when you weren't together, you are constantly texting.
Yeah.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Katrina, that's him.
This is Katrina saying this.
No. And it says, is my mom. I plan to approach him just to refresh his memory of the date and time. I think we need to approach him.
jurors, we're going to suspend the testimony today. It's just a little after 4 o'clock, and it's been a full day for all of you. I will remind you now of the rules that you must abide by. Don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about the case, and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. We'll see you back here ready to begin your day at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Good night.
Court, rise for the jurors. Just place the notebooks in the chair. Exit out of the jury box this way.
Please be seated.
All right. So I want to address the issue that we were addressing just now at the side of the bench at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So you know they usually open the door around that time or a little bit earlier. See if you can sort out what it is, and also recognize you need to, both of you need to educate me with regard to what's going on here, because I'm not sure that I'm following along with the arguments, because I have, again, a deficit of knowledge. I'm just going to say, it seems to me that if this incident, the incident with regard to the knife being held to the stomach, is on the day that Michael leaves the home, that date is definable by the medical records. I take it from the angst I'm seeing on the faces to the right of me that you don't believe it was that date. And so it may be that text message is evidence of another bad act, but I can't tell from that. And honestly, I don't even know who the recipients are. I'll take your word from it, is that's between Katrina and the witness. But you need to do a little work so you can educate me on the issue so I can make a logical ruling. There's another issue that's come to my attention. Can I see the last exhibit for identification? I marked for identification a note from one of the members of the press that's here. And the request is, to whom it may concern, Law and Crime is looking to set up a second camera towards the end of the trial, August 5th, and on till a verdict, just like the Zoom cameras. We also wanted to know if we can film in the courtroom gallery. Any help will be appreciated. Here's my help. No. To the extent that the press is asking for a camera to be placed on this side of the bar, this area of the bar, the courtroom is a public courtroom, but this side of the bar is reserved for certain people. Those people include me and the lawyers and my staff. The public doesn't come on this side of the bar unless you're involved in criminal proceedings. So I don't think it's appropriate for the press to be on this side of the bar at any time during the trial. As I understood it from my clerk, the request was that the camera would be on this side of the bar. And I won't allow that, not only for the reason that I just stated, but also because one of the ways this courtroom is set up is the witness stand is located in an area which effectively has all the jurors turned towards the front of the courtroom, and they then have their backs to the cameras. It's not an issue with regard to them being distracted by the cameras because they're looking up here. But if there were some other kind of camera in their sight view, I am concerned that they might be distracted by it, and I won't have that. I'm not waiting, by the way, for an opposition because this one is within my discretion. And it's a request for more, not a request not to have coverage. All right, so that'll be marked for identification. Madam Clerk, I hand that back to you because God knows it'll be lost up here. What's the schedule of witnesses for tomorrow, Commonwealth?
We're having to adjust just a little bit our intended witness order due to some previously discussed obligations.
Yes.
So what we can tell the court is obviously finishing with Angel tomorrow morning. We need to actually just discuss amongst ourselves. I'm happy to, with your honor's permission, to let the clerk and obviously defense counsel know. We're just running into, we might need to just switch things up just a little bit due to the witnesses we've divided up and prior obligations of some people with appointments.
Right.
So
I know you'll be talking tonight to each other. It is helpful for the court to also know. I'm going to ask you it every night of both counsels, so just get used to the question.
Absolutely. We will be fully transparent. As soon as we know anything, we'll share both with defense counsel and the court.
All right. I don't have any other items that I need to raise with you, but I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have of me.
Perhaps tomorrow morning and prior to Katrina Freeman testifying, I just feel as though we might need to revisit just the court's order as it relates to issues my brother brought up as to calling it Mother's Day, for example, and the kids being present. I just wanted to raise that because that was something that was in my mind a little bit unfinished. So
It is unfinished, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to know who's coming next.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing from the Commonwealth.
We may need to do a little bit of discussion about Robert Higgins if he's going to be testifying tomorrow, just with regard to clarifying some things on the sort of a similar vein as Katrina Freeman. Just figuring out what prior acts he would be testifying to and what they are exactly.
All right.
Put that out there.
See if you can work it out. If you can't, I'll listen to you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good night.
All rise.
No, she almost did though.
You all right?
No, I'm great.
Also wearing.
We all matched. What color are we wearing tomorrow?
What do you want to wear?
I know, what color?
No. Okay.
Yeah, it is. I think they put on the AC.
Court's now in session. Please be seated.
Morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, the matter before the court is Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present. Counsel, please state your name for the record. We can start with the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeremy Cusman for the Commonwealth.
Shannon Buckingham for the Commonwealth.
Jason Ross for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joshua Wood from Ms. Ritchie.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maura Berry from Ms. Ritchie.
Good morning. Everyone, please be seated. Good morning to counsel and good morning to the defendant. So I have a few things on my agenda for this morning before we bring the jury in. And I'm going to go through those with you, and then I'll give you an opportunity to address anything else that you wish to address with me before we bring the jury in. First, I note that and did review defendant's motion to reconsider my decision that I released last night with regard to the prior bad acts. I'm denying that motion for the time being, but I will be ever mindful of a point that's raised later in the defense's motion to reconsider, which has to do with the cumulative effect of prior bad acts. It's hard to judge that in the ether, but you get a sense of it as the trial starts to unfold. So I mentioned that to the parties because it's something that I have my mind focused on, and I think that I need to have my mind focused on as the case folds out. And I want the parties to know that in advance as they decide what and whom they're going to use prior bad act evidence, through whom they intend to get that evidence in. But as a general matter, I spent a good amount of time thinking about the issues that related to that decision. I will encourage you to keep coming back at it if you think that, well, I know the defense thinks that the scale is already tipped with regard to that prior bad act evidence, but I'll keep looking at it and you should keep raising it with me, and I know you will. With regard to the one or two theories of first-degree murder, where are we at?
Good morning again, Your Honor. The Commonwealth's position at this juncture is we would ask for both theories at this point, although we're not per se wed to the fact that if the instructions are given and we don't elicit our anticipated testimony, obviously we wouldn't ask for it at the end.
So what is so as I looked through last night, the extreme and atrocious charge, it seems to me that, well, on the one hand, the instruction says one blow maybe is sufficient for it to be extreme and atrocious.
Right.
Although that's not ordinarily the case. It's usually multiple blows, but it does, the instruction does say that. So the window is fairly widely open, but I don't know what the expected evidence is with regard to if the evidence came in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, how you met out your burden under that.
So obviously, you've already stated that there are obviously 2 stab wounds that that testimony will be elicited by multiple individuals. We also are expecting the medical examiner's testimony and again, this is our expectation. This hasn't been confirmed. We're supposed to have a follow-up conversation with the medical examiner, Your Honor, but our anticipation is that she would testify that at least, if not a little more than 50% of Michael Ricci's blood from the stab wound to his heart had collected in his lungs and around the sac of his heart. And we would anticipate her describing what that would seem like and feel like. Again, a little bit uncertain and unclear right now. And then in addition to that, Your Honor, we do have one of the first responders who we anticipate would testify to the fact that his eyes were open when they first responded, Your Honor. So I would argue in a light most favorable to the Commonwealth at this juncture that it may be very worthwhile for the jury to be instructed on both theories based on that argument, Your Honor.
Is there any evidence, or do you expect, again, because I'm at a deficit for the facts of the case, is there any evidence with regard to the time of the alleged stabbing and the time that the defendant asked her daughter to call 911?
We don't know that.
Okay. I saw that in the instructions and was wondering if that's the theory that you were proceeding under.
In all honesty, we do not know that. We don't have that information, nor do we expect that evidence to come out, Your Honor.
Okay.
based on his body temperature, we don't think it was a terribly long amount of time. But
So, defense, what do you say to that?
I think that even in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth cannot articulate a theory of extreme atrocity or cruelty. Extreme atrocity means an act that is extremely wicked or brutal, appalling, horrifying, or utterly revolting. Extreme cruelty means that the defendant caused the person's death by a method that surpassed the cruelty inherent in any taking of human life. A killing that is so shocking as to amount to murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty, so that you can essentially, based on the circumstances of the case, you can start to say things about the mental state of the defendant. Now, there are several factors that you can consider, including, as you said, the number of blows is one of the factors. To find the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant has caused the death of the deceased with extreme atrocity or cruelty, future jurors must consider, or juries must consider, the following three evidentiary factors. The first is whether the defendant was indifferent to or took pleasure in the suffering of the deceased. There's no evidence of that. The second is whether the defendant's method or means of killing the deceased was reasonably likely to substantially increase or prolong the consciousness or suffering of the deceased. Now, the testimony, I expect, will be that Michael Richie died from a single stab wound, even though there were 2 stab wounds. It was 1 fatal stab wound. And that there is no evidence as to how quickly he died. The mere reciting of the fact that Michael Richie's eyes were open says nothing about whether he was conscious, sentient, or what, and that's not even really the question. The question is whether the defendant did something in the process of this act to intentionally prolong or substantially increase.
The medical examiner is going to testify that at least 50% of his blood mass had collected around the heart and the lungs based on the autopsy. And I don't know the science behind this or how long that would have taken to accumulate it. And that's at the time of death, at 5:30. Right.
Between 4:30 and 4:45.
Well, right, somewhere between the 911 call and.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There was one additional fact that might also help in, I apologize for interrupting. There was also a 15 centimeter deep. That was the wound depth, Your Honor. I just wanted to add that while you're discussing the medical exam.
To the first,
yes, that was the wound to his heart, which was 15 centimeters deep.
All right.
So the amount of blood that accumulates as a result of the injury is not the question for the question of extreme atrocity or cruelty. The question is whether there's something about the nature of the act that the defendant did, which substantially increased or prolonged the consciousness of suffering of the deceased, that was reasonably likely to do so. So yes, in any case where death occurs, you're going to be able to point to some trauma, which was the proximate cause of death, and you're going to also be able to point to the subsequent effects of that proximate trauma, namely the blood in some cases the bruising and the collecting of blood. But the fact that he bled out 50% of his blood does not suggest anything about how long he was conscious.
What about the 15 centimeter deep cut?
That just means the blade went in at least 15 centimeters. Right, correct. And from that, all we know is that the blade went in. So, for example, if the blade went into his body as a result of a tussle and a fall.
Right, but that's taking it in the light most favorable to you, isn't it?
There is nothing that we can do except speculate about the depth of the wound and the extent to which that suggests something about someone's intention to prolong suffering. There's just no evidence of that. And for the court to give that instruction would be encourage the jury to say, well, if it went in 1 centimeter and then she pulled it out, that would have been a normal thing to do under the circumstances. But 15 centimeters in, as if someone has that type of surgical control in the context of any reasonable human interaction like the one we're talking here.
Right. Well, there's a difference between the required exertion to incur a 1 centimeter blow and the required exertion that's required for a 15 centimeter blow.
Is there going to be testimony that the Commonwealth intends to introduce with regard to the physics of that?
I don't know. I'll wait to see what they come up with. But the ME is going to say it was 15 centimeters deep?
Yes.
I'm going to give the instruction. I'm not saying I'm going to give it at the case that comes in. But preliminary today, I'm going to advise them that there are 2 theories, premeditated murder and the cruel and atrocious.
Thank you.
Did either you think about, or both of you think about the prior bad acts limiting instruction? And what do you have to report on that?
We did reach out to Ms. Croker with regard and had her forward the instruction that you did last trial, Hassler, Your Honor, and I have that here. We've reviewed it. We are content with this longer instruction.
Defense, which do you prefer?
Well, I will say that I don't think that either are adequate, particularly with regard to the June 6, 2019 event, in order to overcome the overwhelming prejudice that will create for Ms. Richie.
Problem, counsel, is that not only is it prejudicial, it's probative. And that's the balancing act that was required to do, for me to do in connection with that. And I understand we disagree with regard to my decision on that. But now you've got the decision. Which instruction do you want?
Can we see the instruction from Ms. Croker-Stroud?
Sure. I have it somewhere on the bench. Let me just see if I can find it. I had it here yesterday, so I know it's there. And if the Commonwealth has it.
I just passed it over to defense
Okay,
counsel.
thank you. Anyway, because if I'm going to give it, it needs to be accessible. Madam Clerk, can you print that out for me just in case I don't find it in my.
I'm asking in the last sentence of the instruction, from the words, "He must also have committed the crimes charged in the indictments," to read, "was more likely to have committed the crimes."
I'd love to follow along with you, but now that I said I printed it out, and I know I did, it's probably in my chamber somewhere, but just give me a minute for Madam Clerk to print it out. Since you have the docket, the paper before you, what's the docket number?
We just have an email, so that doesn't have a
Oh,
document.
anybody have the docket number that Madam Clerk can look it up
I
quickly?
could look it up really quick.
Or we can also do old school. We can actually just copy that. But I'd rather have the order, Judge Buckley's order. I know I had it on the bench here yesterday. I'm just looking for it's an order. It's an order on motions in limine.
I know what case number it is.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry.
Everyone here?
It was.
Yeah, in a minute, when I get done with the other issues.
Let me know.
Printed the first page. It's the first page.
Oh, it's on the second page or the third page. All right, Attorney Wood, thank you for your patience. The last
The last sentence of the instruction.
starts with specifically?
Correct.
Okay,
That second clause, he must, obviously the pronoun, but in
Sure.
addition to that, was more likely to have committed the crimes charged in the indictment, as opposed to must also.
any objection to that?
May I just ask for defense counsel to repeat that, please?
Yeah, he wants to say
I gave him my instruction. Okay.
she was more likely to have also committed the crimes charged in the indictment.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. The other issues we need to deal with before or address is juror number 6 raised the issue with regard to, and actually I'm going to ask that the camera be turned off for a second because this relates to the impanelment process and I don't think it should be covered.
Bouchard's home, that the witness can testify about the defendant's demeanor and any threats to Michael Sr., but not to the more general threats about, quote, I'm going to kill that bitch, or, quote, I'm going to kill them all.
Right.
In reviewing the grand jury minutes and that Your Honor was provided and preparing for trial testimony with Mr. McDonald, I believe his memory of that conversation is that in relation to discovering that the Richie name was on a mailbox, that prompted the defendant to make additional statements about that bastard is living a double life or something to that effect. And that is when he indicates that I'll kill them all. So I don't know that we anticipate that there's any other separate statement about a threat or a statement to kill Michael in particular, but I think that statement, I'll kill them all, kind of goes to the concept of discovering the name in relation to this woman, that he had an affair, the belief that he was living a double life, and that statement included the threat towards Michael as well. So I just wanted to clarify, because I do think that statement does indirectly refer to him, and so I think the order is a little confusing, and I don't want to elicit something from the witness that's inconsistent with Your Honor's ruling, but I think his testimony is going to be that the statement, I'll kill them all, is the statement that he heard the defendant say.
All right. Vince?
There's a number of things I think that need to get clarified with regard, even given Your Honor's ruling about prior bad acts, and I think I also need to make a record about some of them. I understand the court's position with regard to all of it, and in particular the January 6, 2019 event, and I won't belabor that issue. I do think there remain additional issues with the group of prior bad acts that are being offered, which are observations made by third parties of Michael's face during a period of time.
I want you to address this argument.
The Higgins argument?
Yes, and then I'll let you put whatever you want on the record when you stand up when I ask you, is there anything else that you want? But I want you to keep your eye on the ball, Attorney Wood.
Okay, I thought that's what you were doing. I
No,
apologize.
all I'm asking you is with respect to this issue.
Okay.
And by the way, you all know, and I've said this not a million times, that would be an overstatement. I've said this a number of times. You know the facts of the case. I do not. I rule on what is before me and what was before me in the Commonwealth's motion. And here's where I draw the line. It is not relevant to this jury's decision-making whether she threatened Janine Bouchard, whether she's threatened anybody else. It's only relevant to this decision-making, this jury's decision-making, in my opinion, as to whether she threatened to injure or kill the decedent. And if they can't be divided out, then it's not coming in.
Oh, well, that's my position, too. It shouldn't come in.
I figured it was, so I cut to the chase. All right? Now, there are going to be things, I don't know what's coming out in the testimony, and in your motions cannot, you can anticipate to some degree, but now that you've done the preps, or as you do the preps, you're going to be in a far better position. That's sort of the dividing line in my mind as to what is admissible and what is not. And if it's not divisible, particularly given the cumulative effect of some of this evidence, it's not going to come in. All right? When in doubt, come to the side of the bench. I'm going to go back to the Commonwealth. Is there anything else that you need clarification for in this? If I can clarify it.
I think we are ready to go, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Ward, go right ahead. Whatever record you wish to make, go right ahead.
Okay, so before we get going into the record making, just with regard to these issues, I do also think I need a clarification with regard to the prior bad act that was mentioned in Your Honor's order with regard to Angel Richie. It's my understanding that Angel Richie's testimony may be about an event unrelated to what the Commonwealth is proffering as the cause of this whole thing, and therefore they're not going forward with it. But I may be wrong about that.
Is that correct, Commonwealth? I saw that in the motion to reconsider as well.
If counsel's referring to initial statement in the prior bad acts about incident where the defendant attempted to hug the victim, the alleged victim, and she started to hit him, I agree. We're withdrawn that in light of the fact that Angel did disclose to us that occurred well before the precipitating event of that affair.
With regard to the several prior bad acts that Your Honor is inclined to let in, with regard to the injuries that were observed by various people of Michael Richie, or the proffered injuries, I think that creates a difficulty because...
Are you talking about the co-worker?
I'm talking about the three co-workers, and, I'm sorry, the two co-workers, other individuals that they're saying things about injuries. I understand Your Honor's position with regard to keeping the hearsay out. I agree with that. However, the injury comes in, we have a real relevance problem because those injuries are only conditionally relevant on some statement with regard to Christine's culpability in those injuries. And by not having the statement come in, which I agree it shouldn't come in, the only way they become relevant is if you invite the jury to speculate as to the cause of them. And it's not enough, I don't think.
Are you doing that when you know you're going to have testimony, or anticipate there's going to be testimony, from what I understand of the case, that the children witnessed those injuries and witnessed the black eyes as well? So I don't know. The devil may be in the details with regard to whether there's a temporal lining up, if that's known. But it does seem to me that the fact that
never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up.